morning. I'm right here, Marty. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? That's weird. My outro yesterday I didn't hear it. And then this morning my intro I didn't hear. Did you guys hear it?
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Kom til Dickensens op! Kom erbij! Til Dickensens op! Til Dickensens op!
Why are my clip? Did you hear that? I'm not hearing my clips. Dadgummit. Good morning, everybody. Well, I hope I can hear Court today. Oh, I'm glad I'm not hosting our Disney show tonight because my co-host is type A personality. He gets very serious about our broadcasts and I'm like, crap happens, whatever. I don't understand why my clips aren't playing. Let me see. Okay, I found there's a group of, let me say hi to everybody. I'm discombobulated now, y'all. Oh, hi, Jen. Bye, Jen. Have a good day at work. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Judy. Hey, Marty. Hey, Nichelle. Okay, so there's this group of people. I mean, they have like their own channels, but sometimes they get together and do stuff. This guy is my favorite. These people do Gen X content. And I found this one this morning and it was like, well, you'll have to listen to what he says about the little clip. Because that is exactly my reaction to it. It was like, what? And then it was like, yes. And then it was like, oh no. Just, you got to watch this. This is probably the most bizarre thing I've seen in a long time.
A band.
No, duh.
Oh,
Like,
wait.
the Eagles is a band?
Hold up.
Yeah.
I gotta
the
back it up.
Eagles are a band.
And so I go to the...
That's because this reaction video goes in a lot of different directions.
Turns out the Eagles is actually a band.
No, duh.
I'm like, the Eagles is a band?
Yeah, the Eagles are a band.
And so I go to this concert, right? And it was a bunch of old people, obviously.
Obviously.
Because I myself have not heard of this band.
Really? Seriously? Never even heard of the Eagles? Well, obviously you're no witchy woman. Probably never been down a dark desert highway with the cold wind in your hair. Never had a peaceful, easy feeling. Never learned that you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. I'm guessing you've never taken it to the limit. One more time.
Oh, I go to the concert, it's a bunch of old people, no offense.
No offense? Little late for that.
But I think the average age was like 60,
60,
70,
70,
probably 60 or 50.
50?
Concert starts, and the first guy starts playing, and I'm thinking, wow, his guitar skills were impeccable, and his voice incredible.
Wait, what?
Then the drummer starts singing, and I'm like, the drummer can sing? And it's phenomenal.
Dude, holy Mikey, she likes it.
I felt robbed in that moment. I felt like I was robbed because my whole life I had to listen to Jason Derulo and Taylor Swift.
Pay attention. Here's where it gets good.
Life in the 80s must have been awesome.
Yes.
And here's where it gets really, really bad.
I'm like, it was all white people. So I'm like, that's amazing. It's not like there's a bunch of Indians now and all these other races. Doug MPA was the only black guy there, and he was like, this is amazing.
I did not see that coming.
No,
They would have this level of music playing. That was amazing. There was no social media, so no one was on their phones. People actually could fall in love back then. I wish I was alive during this generation.
Dude, that was like a roller coaster of no, yes, no, yes. How was that? Hold on to your butts. Go.
Wasn't that weird? She went from, I feel robbed. The 80s must have been a great time to be alive. And I was like, yes. And then she's like, there were only white people there. And I was like, what? No, that's not cool. What is she talking about? And John described it perfectly. That was a roller coaster. I did not see that coming. Yeah, I didn't either. I was like, girlfriend, you have no idea what you missed. And then she's a racist. I was like, what? What the heck was that? Hello, Sarah. I don't know. Shadow jumps on my keyboard yesterday. I couldn't hear anything for like a half an hour. I don't know if she did something. This morning, my monitor didn't want to work. I had to unplug everything and plug it all back in. I don't know what. I don't know what she does. I have no idea. I have no idea why those clips don't have sound now. No idea. Absolutely no idea. Oh well. I know, right? That's horrible. Absolute, or lose her job. Because everybody gets on social media. Yeah. Everybody gets on social media now and just spews whatever they think. Like, I can just get on, free speech, so I can just get on here and spew whatever I want. But they really can't, because if you work And people, like, even my husband's like, well, you're on your own time. So you should be able to say or do whatever you want on your own time. Well, that depends on your job. I mean, because, like, for instance, like we were talking yesterday about Mackenzie Sharilla's dad. Didn't you say he lost his job? Because he was a teacher or worked at a school or something. And on the documentary on Netflix, The Crash, he said that he didn't have a problem with his daughter smoking pot, and she was underage. That's legal. Yes. It is legal in Ohio, but not if you're under 18, and he let her smoke pot. Is it on YouTube, Marty? But, like, I say it depends on your job, because if you're around kids and at home you're letting your kids smoke pot and you work for a school, so I can see why they would get nervous. If you're like the face of a company, wow.
There's a lot of people in this country today.
Okay, Marty, I'm trusting you.
There's a lot of people in this country today who don't understand, they hide behind the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and they say that it gives them the right to run around and be a smartass and say anything they want to. That's not what the First Amendment does. The First Amendment protects you from the government. Our founding fathers ensured that you could criticize your government and they wouldn't be able to do anything to you about it. So that's what the First Amendment really means. It doesn't protect you from me. If I don't like what you're saying, I might hunt you down and give you a beating. I mean, that's so be advised. You can't just be around me and run your trap and say whatever you want to and think that you can hide behind the First Amendment. I'll beat the hell out of you. And and then we'll deal with it in court, whatever.
That's great.
Been in jail before. I ain't scared. I'll go back again. That's what I tell my daughter's boyfriends.
Oh, I cut off the end. He said, I've been to jail before. I'm not scared. I'll go back. That's what I tell my daughter's boyfriends. Yeah, exactly. And so people think they can get on here and say whatever they want. And if they're like, if you work with children, if you work in a nursing home, if you work any place where you're a caregiver to other people's loved ones, you're gonna lose your job if you say something on social media, any kind of hate speech or anything. Or, yeah, like, your brain is not done developing when you're 16, 17 years old. You shouldn't be doing any kind of drugs until your brain is developed. Because who knows what it's going to do to a developing brain? I mean, I'm sure there's studies, but I don't know what they are. But good morning, Wiggles. But yeah, you can't just get on here and say whatever. And then when people do lose their job, they get on here and they cry about it. A scary but feel good. How can it be scary but feel good at the same time? find my email. Where is my email? Why doesn't my email like to work? I'm clicking right on the inbox and it won't change. Okay, I'll figure it out later. I don't know what my stupid email is doing. I guess she deleted that inbox because I kept clicking on it and it wouldn't change. It was still on my other email. Yeah, my one of my best friends, her stepdad used to smoke pot with her. Oh, and my husband's ex-wife smokes pot with her 2 younger kids. My stepdaughters don't smoke it. Never have. And one time there was a hurricane and she wanted, Travis's ex wanted us all to go to her house because she said if we're gonna die, we're all gonna die together. I swear, I'm not making this up. So we had to go to her trailer. And they lived in the county that's closer to the Gulf that was being evacuated. So I was closer to danger. And I didn't want to go. But I would have been here by myself. So I went. And I had a panic attack because I was not happy. I just knew we were all going to die. So his ex-wife comes to the bedroom that we were staying in and she goes, "You want to go on the porch and smoke a joint with us?" And I was like, "Yes." And then one of my stepdaughters went out on the porch and she goes, "Does Daddy know you're doing this?" I'm like, "Yes, Daddy knows I'm doing this." Because my 2 are good. They don't treat me like they should, but they're good girls. They don't get in trouble. They don't do anything wrong. Unlike their half brother and sister. Okay, we're on day 3. Oh, trivia. We're on day 3 of the Grant Amato trial. Due to his inability to find work, Grant attempted to become a streamer on Twitch, mostly by playing video games and live streaming. The family paid for equipment and streaming setup. He used the money to visit websites, including the site My Free Cams, where he met a cam model, Sylvia Vencislavova, aka Sylvie, online. He would spend up to 4 hours a night on the website, buying up to 5,000 tokens at a time, costing over $600. He portrayed himself as a rich and successful gamer, sending her various lingerie and toys. He would steal credit cards from his family, claiming they were for starting up his Twitch career. Within a few months, he had spent $200,000 of his family's money on Sylvie. So he lost his job before me too, Wiggles. That's why I like going to Disney. So he lost his job before he met her then. I don't know why I thought the job loss was somehow tied into the cam girl. And I couldn't figure out why that would be a thing. But that makes more sense. He met her online after he lost his job because he was just online so much. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Judge, this time I tender 8Q for identification purposes as states next as a business record with an accompanying certification to Verizon wireless phone records for the phone numbers in this case.
And that was under no objection?
No objection.
Then what has been pre-marked for ID as 8Q will be moved into evidence as, is it 173? 173 in evidence.
That person witness?
Yes, you may.
I'm showing you what's been entered in evidence as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this was a CD that contained the records from Verizon for this case.
And were these the records you reviewed to do your analysis in this case?
They were.
Okay, well, while we wait for that, let's go ahead and continue. Now, as part of your duties in this particular case, did you review these records that we discussed?
I did.
Now, are these the types of records that you spoke about earlier, and the types of records that you would analyze with regard to determining the geographical location of the phone?
Yes.
Phones, plural, I suppose. Now, did you look at several of the entries on the call detail records and prepare a visual representation of the location of the cell phone at certain times?
I did.
And did you, in fact, do this process for two phones?
Yes.
Phone number 407-416-1344?
Correct.
And phone number 407-687-0736.
That is correct.
Now, as it relates to your report in this particular case, did you look at several of the entries on these call detail records and prepare a visual representation of the locations of the cell phones at certain times?
I did.
And did you prepare a data compilation report to assist in the explanation of your analysis?
Yes, there was a combined PDF report that showed those maps and was my official report analysis.
And is this the work that you did?
It was.
Witness.
Showing defense counsel states exhibit 8R.
I think we're on the wrong part. Hang on.
Witness here,
Yes,
Mr. Roberts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, then at this point, why don't we go get the jury? And if you want, why don't you step outside and get Mr. Roberts so he's already in.
Hey, Paul.
You may be seated. State. If the state is going to continue presenting their case, hope everyone had a lovely evening. At this point, state, you may call your next witness.
Troy Roberts.
All right, Mr. Roberts, come forward. Raise your right hand, be ready to be sworn.
Please let me swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name?
My name is Troy Roberts. Troy, T-R-O-Y, Roberts, R-B-E-R-T-S.
And Mr. Roberts, how are you currently employed?
I'm a current employee with Public Supermarkets.
And what do you do for Publix?
I am a network engineer. Currently have been in the role of wireless for the past 4 to 5 years.
Now, as part of your employment with Publix, well, let me back that up for a second. Can you give us a snippet of your education, training, and experience as it relates to network engineering at Publix?
I have my bachelor's degree from UCF in MIS. Like I said earlier, I've been with Publix for 11 years total, engineering for 6, and then specifically designed and focused on wireless for the past 4 to 5.
Now, as part of your employment with Publix, are you aware Publix grocery stores provide Wi-Fi for their customers at their various locations?
Yes, we have a network Publix customer, which we provide free of charge to any of our customers.
And are you aware if the Publix at Quarter Lakes Plaza, the address being 6825 East Colonial Drive, maintains a wireless network for its customers?
Yes, we do. We do provide the same network at all of our stores.
And can you give the jury a general overview of how the wireless networks?
I was looking at the comments on the video, and somebody said Sandra Bullock's a judge now.
So the
Hey,
network
Carla.
is open, so you can actually see it from your device, your mobile device, or tablet, whatever it is. Once you associate, you get an IP address, and then from there we offload the traffic through a broadband circuit locally at the store.
Now, Mr. Roberts, is it common that the Wi-Fi range from the nodes and antennas located inside the store, is it common that those antennas can extend out into the parking lot?
Yes, we have different designs in our store, so older, newer. It kind of varies at times, but we definitely do see that penetration go beyond the 4 walls into the parking lot, even back in the neighboring neighborhoods at times.
And does Publix corporate keep a record of the devices that access their Wi-Fi network throughout the state?
Yes, we have several monitoring tools and logging servers that we do. Some are more detailed than others, but we definitely it's an automated process that automatically logs that client as it connects based on their MAC address.
Okay, now you mentioned MAC address. Can you give the jury sort of the layman's version of what a MAC address is?
So in general, MAC address it's a hardware address. It's what we call a burned-in address. It's actually identified by the manufacturer on the chip that has the radio, basically. And that is unique to each device. So when you connect up, that MAC address is how we see it connect on the wireless side.
Okay, so that's like a unique identifier for every individual device, whether it's a laptop or a phone. anything else that connects to the wireless network. That's a unique identifier for that particular device.
Correct. It's unique. It gives
On
the
Friday, May
manufacturer
15th,
the
at
actual radio interface as well as a unique ID for that particular adapter.
You said it's burned in. Does that mean it can't?
Okay, I got Judy's clip pulled up.
Approximately 4:16 p.m., KDPS crews responded to a rapidly spreading structure fire where a mother and her infant were reportedly trapped inside a second-floor apartment. Within moments of arrival, first responders were faced with heavy fire conditions, smoke pushing from the building, and a rescue that had to happen immediately.
We just been route to Washington. We're advising the homeowner to, she's opening a window and standing by the bedroom window by the back of the house.
Hey, John, yes, you are evil. My
There's a
evil
child with her
bestie.
as well.
God damn, dude.
And it is a baby that's with her inside the house.
Hey, here we have fire on the front.
Clear fire on.
Where's the female at? Right here. I don't know. Yep. Yes, go through the roof. Start squatting. They're around. Where you at? Where's the baby?
My midnight!
Where they at? Where upstairs?
Unison allowed. The recording has gone silent with my partner.
Shit.
My kids are at the porch!
Under the porch?
Yeah!
All of your kids.
We got a hydrant at James and Washington. Unit is not parked on Washington, leave room for the race.
Hydrant.
And ma'am!
Go.
Hey, show me your kid. Kick out the screen. Kick out the screen.
They're in heavy fire. We do have entrapment.
Oh my God. I got contact on the B side. She's trying to get the kid out the window, second story.
Yep.
Come here. Okay, hang on.
First format, 3
Okay,
seconds,
yeah,
water on back
yep.
level, okay.
Yep, I got it.
Second story, 424, man.
Hey, ma'am, come out.
Command will be in.
Can I get someone on the B side? I got the baby. The female's trying to come out. Right here. Yep.
Alright, I need a ladder.
Yep. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get you a ladder. Hey, need more. Need more. Hold, baby. I gotta get a ladder.
Yeah, me too. Everybody's just standing there doing nothing. Nobody had a ladder they could go get?
Are you able to go back in for a second so we can get this ladder up right underneath you? You feel comfortable doing that?
Yep. All right, ma'am. Hey, coming? Yep.
Alright, ladder, that victim coming out, but it should just be some gas left from the apartment. And we have water on.
Is there anyone else inside?
be calling for engine 3 Rescue 45. Engine 3 and Rescue 45, 14 West Kalamazoo Avenue. Have a trailer that's
Said nobody else inside.
Could you have been involved in a crash? Unknown how many vehicles are involved. Unknown
Just some
engine
cats.
14 West Kalamazoo Avenue.
Your baby's over here.
5 units, producing 16 seconds.
Thanks to the quick actions of responding crews, all occupants safely escaped the fire and no serious injuries were reported.
Well, somebody called. Wow. Yeah, that was a good catch. I was thinking, if it was me, I probably would have dropped the baby. I was also thinking, too, though, you know, I would have jumped out the window. A broken leg is better than, or arm, or whatever, broken whatever, is better than being, well, they say you die of the smoke inhalation before getting burned, right? But still, you know, jump out the window, like, hold the baby, you know, where you could, like, protect, like, tuck and roll or whatever. I mean, as a last resort, if nobody came. But I don't know. That is scary. But everybody just standing there. I guess someone called, though, or the cops wouldn't have known about it, right? I'd like to know how the fire got started. There's another video of somebody catching a baby that fell out a window, and the guy was just walking by. Like, it wasn't like this where it was like a planned catch. He just literally was walking by and a baby fell out the window.
Be changed easily.
Yeah, it's physically, or we call it physical address, so it's hard set to that.
Oh, yeah, that's true
wireless
too.
adapter on that device.
Now, you mentioned the records that Publix keeps with regard to devices that access their network. Are those records that Publix keeps in the normal course of their business?
Yes, some of them are shorter range. They give us more detailed information on the connection. Others are longer term storage. The longest is around about a year that we keep that information.
Okay, I'm showing Defense Counsel 14V as a Victor for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? I'm showing the witness for the record, States Exhibit 14V for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a report that I provided. That's my signature date.
And is this a fair and accurate?
Yes, Judy, thank you. That was good.
Record that Publix keeps with regard to devices that access their network.
Yeah, it's basically just a log event that basically shows some information on that particular client.
I tender States 14V into evidence of States next.
Any objection? All right, it's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 14B will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit, is it 179? 178 in evidence.
Now, Mr. Roberts, in front of you is a computer monitor. There should be a mouse in front of you as well. And if you take a look, right-hand side of that monitor should be kicked out below you. Yep, okay, the pin's already activated. So you can actually indicate what we're talking about using your monitor up there to reflect on the overhead projector. Everything works as it's supposed to.
So I need to click the play button. Okay, there it is.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. All right. So this is what we just identified. This is States Exhibit 178. This is the whole thing. I'm going to zoom in a little bit because it's hard to see, all right? So we'll start down at the bottom. All right. Run it down here.
Right here. Ah, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, I was just informing him on how that worked.
How to color.
May I proceed? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, can you tell us the time and date stamp on the left-hand side of this document? Is that an Eastern Standard Time?
This particular one is an Eastern Standard Time.
And so that record that reflects January 25th, 025325, that would be 2:53 in the morning?
Correct.
And can you tell us when a device with a MAC address of, well, let me ask you this, where's the MAC address on this sheet?
It's actually this little section right here.
Okay, so it's the numbers with the, I always forget if those are colons or semicolons.
Semicolons.
Thank you, sir. Separate each of those two numbers. So can you tell us, based on this record, the very first time that that particular MAC address logged on to Public's Wi-Fi?
The first event we had for that particular MAC address ending in 1380, correct? January 25th at 2:53 a.m.
And the name associated with that particular device, is that above on the next row up?
Yeah. So that's an identifier that identifies it's based on manufacturer. It gives us a little bit of a snippet on what type of device it is, and then it was identified by this this firewall basically as a light service.
Light service, okay. And so this record, if we continue to go sort of up it to the very top, when was the last time that the light surface had any contact with the public's Wi-Fi at this particular location?
The last time we saw any log events for it was on January 25th at 5:02 a.m.
Thank you very much. And with regard to this particular laptop at 2:53 would be the first time that that laptop made any contact with the Wi-Fi network at Public.
Correct. Yeah, based on all the logging events prior to that, this was the first actual event that we saw for it.
Attended witness. No questions.
All right. Members of the jury, any questions of this witness? No questions, may this witness be excused and released. All right. Thank you very much, sir. You're excused and you're released. State may call our next witness.
Jason Amato.
Raise your right hand.
Tell me where or the complete yours, so help me God.
Yes.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. First, let me wish you a good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell us your name, and would you spell your first and last name?
My name is Jason Amato, and it's Jason, last name Amato.
And Mr. Amato, can you please tell us where you live, and if you prefer to give city, town, county?
Mom has strong genes. He's a half brother.
That's fine.
I live in Winter Springs, Florida.
What do you do for an occupation, please?
I'm a mortgage loan underwriter.
And where do you work, and once again, city, town?
She looks just like her.
I work in Maitland for a company that does mortgage loans.
Now, Mr. Amato, did you know Margaret Amato, Chad Amato, and Cody Amato during their lifetime?
Yes.
And first, please tell us, who is Margaret Amato to you?
She is my mother.
And it may sound like a silly question, but sometimes the answer is no. Did you know Margaret your entire life?
Yes.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes.
And how about Chad Amato? Tell us your exact relation to him.
He is my father.
Now, is he your natural father?
No, he is not my biological father.
But did he adopt you?
Yes, he adopted me when I was 3 or 4, right around the time my parents got married, before Cody and Grant were born.
And once again, the same question, did you know Chad your entire life?
Since I was 3, but as long as I can remember, he's been my only father.
Cody Amato. Cody was your brother?
Yes, sir.
And the same question, did you know Cody your entire life?
Yes.
Now, Grant Amato. Do you know the person by the name of Grant Amato?
Yes, he's also my brother.
Same question, did you know Grant Amato your entire life?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Grant Amato in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. He's.
Stand up to look around.
Well, no, I know where he's right there. Yeah, he's in the purple. Yes, sir, in the purple tie.
Please let the record reflect that Jason Amato is identified the defendant Grant Amato in this case. Thank you.
American Gothic, 100%.
Now, and I apologize. I may
Judy.
have asked this question
Oh,
2 seconds
I'll send it to
ago,
you. Never mind.
Make sure that I did. You've known Grant your entire life also?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with the 2112 Sultan Circle in Chilliwack, Florida?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury how you're familiar with that particular house.
My parents built the house in like 89, 90, right around the time Grant was born. We started building the house. We all moved in right before Cody's 5th birthday in 1990, and I lived there until 2001 before I moved out to college.
So approximately how many years? You kind of just told us right now, but approximately how
10
many
to 11 years that I lived there.
I'm sorry?
10 to 11 years that I lived there.
Let me show you what's been introduced into evidence. States Exhibit 19. And first, before I do that,
Cody looks just like Grant. That's why I thought they were twins.
Are you familiar with 2112 Sultan Circle?
Yes, sir.
And while you did live at that house, did you have your own room?
Yes, sir.
And did Cody have his own room?
Yes, sir.
Did Grant Amato have his own room?
Yes, sir.
First, let me show you what's been introduced into evidence as States Exhibit 19, and this would be the ground floor, first floor. Judge, can we eliminate that red mark?
Mr. Amato, if you could, do you see that mouse right there?
Yes.
If you could click on that arrow, see the arrow on the right, on top of the screen? Click on that arrow, go down and press clear.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
And now click on that arrow again. All right, thank you.
Now, just can you just give us a little overview of that first floor? You lived there. I know it better than anybody else.
Yep, that's a very accurate depiction of the inside of the house, or the first floor of the inside of the house.
Where's the front door to the house?
The front door is over here by where it says front porch.
Do you know how to use that pointer or?
The front door is right there.
Okay, and then once you enter the front door, tell us what we have.
Okay, so the front door, there's an opening right here that leads to what was originally built as a dining room, but it was turned into an office that my mom used to work from home. Right in front of the front door is the stairs that leads up to the upstairs. This is a little foyer that has a closet that goes under the stairs, an entrance to my parents' bedroom with a master bath. This also has doors that lead out onto the back porch. This is the living room. There's doors that lead onto the back porch. There's entrance into the kitchen from the living room and from the office. This was just an opening. This actually has a door between the two rooms, and that was usually always open. Needless to say, this is kitchen, breakfast area. This is predominantly where we ate meals as families. The half bath, laundry room. This is actually, this used to be a game room when we were kids, where there were board games and toys that you played with. It was just an open room. We didn't have the workout stuff in there, or there wasn't any workout stuff. And then there's doors that lead onto the porch from this room, and then there's also an entrance into the garage, to between the house and the garage.
Maybe somewhat apparent on the diagram. Show us where the big garage doors are. In other words, the doors that lead out to outside.
Oh, okay. The doors that the cars would come in would be on the south side of the house. So this is the south side, east, north, and then west of the house.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me show you the second floor. This is part of State Exhibit 19.
Oh, that would be awesome. Okay. Yes.
Can you kind of do the same thing that you did with the first one? Can you explain what the second floor shows?
Yes. So the stairs that lead up to the second floor from the downstairs. So technically, right below where it says closet would be the front door. So you go upstairs. There's a banister that leads right here, so you would have to walk around to go into this hallway area. It leads into Cody's room. That's been Cody's room ever since we moved in. He loved the bay windows. And then this was Grant's room opposite of Cody's. They shared the bathroom in the hallway, which was right across from the stairs. And then this bedroom office was my dad's office once I moved out, but this was originally my room with a private bath.
Okay, and let me ask you this. You see right adjacent to Cody's bedroom and Grant Amato's bedroom, it says closet. Can you explain that?
Yes. So in the hallway, there's two closets that you don't walk into. They're basically just shelving with the door. And then Cody and Grant both had walk-in closets. Well, we all three had walk-in closets.
Okay. And the closets for Cody's bedroom, was that in the bedroom itself, or was it supposed to be right outside the bedroom?
I'm sorry. Well, okay, so this closet right here was entered through the bedroom, so a private closet, and then same for Grant, private closet. These two were only accessible from the hallway.
All right.
And then just to clarify, this is not a closet, this is a AC unit. So, I mean, there is a space there, but it's full of an AC unit. And it's only accessible through that bedroom office space.
Let me show you some photographs and tell me if you recognize this as being Cody's bedroom. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. Well, let me back up. Let me first show you an overview. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what does, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. What does 101 depict?
That is a picture of Cody's room.
Same question over here. Well, I'm sorry, that's State Exhibit 100. Is that Cully's room also?
I am not 100% sure based off of those items showing. I mean, it looks like it's a blue wall. I'm not.
Let me show you in conjunction with 101.
Yes, that looks like the same room.
Okay.
Yes.
And let me show you States 114. Do you recognize this as being Grant Amato's room?
Yes. Right, because of the window location.
Now, is Grant Amato, your brother, proficient with the computers?
Yes.
And explain to the jury how so and how you know that to be the case.
Well, both of my brothers, including my father, were both extremely proficient in computers. More so, my brothers in the recent years, whenever I would come over to the house, I mean, I would see them in the progress of either building a computer or updating a computer. They knew how to build a computer from scratch.
And over the years, how would your father refer to his sons? And what I'm referring to is, I'm not talking about when he would be directly addressing them, you know, having a face-to-face conversation with them or in their presence. But when he was talking, when he was referring to his son either in the third person or not in their presence.
Oh, like referring to them? Like referencing them either by talking to somebody or writing it down?
Yes.
Typically, he would use initials, first, middle, and last. You know, I'm JRA, he would be CRA, my mom was MAA. You know, that would be typically how he would refer to members in the family if he was writing something down to identify us, or if he was talking to somebody, he would sometimes say our name, but very common for him to use initials.
Would he ever use the word son when he was not directly addressing one of his sons directly? In other words, you told us how he typically refers to them in the third person, either initials. Did he ever use the word son when he's not directly addressing one of his sons?
I don't think so. I mean, the only time I think I ever heard him really say son is if he was saying he had 3 sons, or he would say, send me a text, you know, hey son. But other than that, I think that's the only time I can recollect him referring to us as sons.
He does.
Now, your father, Chad, was he right-handed or left-handed?
He was right-handed.
And tell the jury why you say that. Explain it to the jury that.
We were all right-handed. You know, we were big football fans, so we always did football right-handed. We were big into baseball. We all batted right-handed, including my father. He wrote right-handed. He was dominant with his right hand. When we worked out in the yard, if he went to grab something or steady something, he grabbed it with his right hand.
He hit me with his right hand.
I think that's about it. I mean, I've seen my dad hold a gun once or twice in his life, and I believe it was with his right hand.
Now, with regard to entering or leaving 2112 Sultan Circle, tell the jury, how was it typical for the family to enter or leave that house over the years that you lived there?
Well, for most of the years, none of me and my brothers drove, so my parents always just pulled in and out of the garage. That was our main point of entry and exit. We never used the front door. We didn't have a lot of people come over, but if people did come over, they would usually meet us at the garage, and we would let them in through that game room or the gym on the diagram, and then come into the kitchen and whatnot. Even after I moved out, I still usually met my family at the garage to let me in. I didn't have an opener or anything like that, or no keypad entry, so I usually just called somebody and they would let me into the garage.
Now, during the years, and I know I'm kind of jumping around from topic to topic, but during the years that you lived in Chiliota, I don't want to use the word common, but was it not uncommon to hear gunshots?
Oh, yes.
What's the answer to that question?
Out in the country, it's very common to hear gunshots. I actually used to work in landscaping, so I would be outside. The company I worked for was based out of Chiliota, so a lot of our work was in Chiliota, and I'd say daily. And sometimes you would not hear a gunshot one day, but you could hear 3 or 4 the next day, and it wasn't scheduled. It could be completely random, morning, middle of the day, evening, middle of the night. You could possibly hear it at any time.
Now, Mr. Amato, after this event, and excuse me to put it in these terms, but after your father, mother, and brother were murdered, how long did the police maintain possession of that house, 2112 Sultan Circle, to process it?
So it was about a week. I received access to the home on the Thursday after. Not sure what that date is. The 25th. Yeah, about a week later. I think it was the end of January, 30th, 31st, whatever that Thursday date is.
And when the house was eventually released, was it released back to you as being a surviving member of the family?
Yes, sir.
And when it was released, did you have an opportunity to go inside the house and conduct basically an accounting or inventory?
Yes, I was advised to.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the various items, things, equipment.
We've been talking about them.
Was located in the house. So first,
what are you doing? Working? You're not supposed to be working. You're supposed to be watching the trial.
Were there TVs in the house?
Yes.
And tell us about that. Can you tell us how many, about, or exactly if you can, but about?
I'd say 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 TVs.
It's payday. I'm grocery shopping.
Were there gaming systems inside?
Yes, there
tell
were
the jury about that.
Several PlayStations, newer or older and newer models. I'd say maybe 4 or 5 PlayStations.
And how about virtual reality systems?
Yes, I was advised by one of the friends of my brother's that the virtual reality system that my brother or brothers I'm not sure, but they recently purchased a fairly expensive virtual reality system.
Was that located inside the residence?
What's that
Based
process?
off of what I can tell, everything was there. I mean, whatever the poles and the thing you put on your head, all those items were still there, yes.
And how about sound systems?
Yep. Most all the rooms had a sound system in them.
I'll go get you.
And as evident from the photos, but let me ask you directly, what about computers?
Yes, there were five computers or so.
Were these fairly expensive, valuable computers?
Well, I know that there were. My brothers had built their own gaming computers for their rooms and the living room, and again, I'm not very proficient in it, but I've been advised they were worth a pretty good value compared to your normal computer.
How about safes?
Yes, sir. There were 3 safes in my parents' bedroom area.
Marty, I'm paying attention now.
Can you tell us a little more about the safes?
Okay, so there were 2 safes in my dad's closet. One of them was a larger, like, gun safe, I believe, with some guns in them. I think they were just rifles or shotguns or long guns. And maybe like a box of bullets or something like that. There was very minimal in there, but there was a wall safe about the size of a piece of paper that went in a couple inches, and that had like important documents and memorabilia type stuff in there. These were all open when I was given access to the home. And then there was a third safe, a little bit smaller box safe in my parents' bedroom, and there was nothing in there when I was given access to the home.
And what about items of jewelry when you looked through the house and did your inventory?
Yeah, so me and my family were not very flashy people, so there wasn't a lot of jewelry, but my mom's wedding ring was still on her, and then there was some jewelry of hers in her bathroom that was still there.
Did your mother typically wear her wedding ring?
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you, how do you know that your mother's wedding ring was still on her?
Because the investigators told me and provided it.
You have possession of your mother's wedding ring?
Yes, sir.
What kind of ring is your mother's wedding ring?
It's a diamond ring with a gold band. I don't know carats. It's medium size, I guess. It's my mom's had it ever since they got married and engaged.
Other and you may have mentioned this, and I apologize. Other items of the jewelry that you observed?
Yeah, again, it's not flashy. Bracelets, earrings, necklaces, maybe some with a stone or something, but again, nothing flashy.
Now, couple of them, right, please. Mr. Amato. After the house was released to you, and as you did your accounting or your inventory, did you come across a document in your father's belongings that appeared to be some type of rules or contract
Yes, sir.
regarding Grant Amato?
Yes, sir.
And first, tell the jury where did you discover it? And let me put the diagram back up. First, tell us where did you discover it?
It was the contract was upstairs in my dad's bedroom, or not bedroom, office. That bedroom office space. Just a piece of paper. It was actually a notebook piece of paper with the holes in it, and it was kind of stuffed in a legal pad to where you couldn't see it unless you fanned through the legal pad.
And I'm putting back up the second floor diagram. That's part of State's Exhibit 19. And can you show us where did you discover this document?
Yes. So with the pointer, the office bedroom space. So on this south wall is my dad had a computer desk and another little desk with a printer. He had a whole bunch of papers and stuff on there. So that's where I found the legal pad.
May I approach the original?
You may.
Now, what I'm going to do is, and I'm showing you what State's Exhibit P. Actually, let me show you. State's Exhibit P for identification. Let me show you the contents of State's Exhibit P for identification. And ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Is that the original document, the original rules or contract that you discovered in your father's office upstairs?
Yes, this is the piece of paper that I found upstairs.
Same condition as it was in when you discovered it?
Yes, sir.
I'd offer this into evidence as a State's exhibit, Your Honor.
Subject to the court's or our prior motion, Judge.
All right. Well, the objection would be overruled. As to 6P, that's what's been pre-marked for identification as 6P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 179 in evidence.
Now, let me show you the document, and I'm showing you State Exhibit 179 now. Let me show you the document. It's quite detailed, so I'm not going to ask you to read it word for word, but describe to the jury what that document is, State's Exhibit 179. What are the contents of it?
I guess I would call it like an ultimatum. Some options that were given to Grant to choose between after leaving the facility. And based off of some of his choices, there were specific rules and regulations that my father had laid out for him. And
give some example. I mean, I'm not asking to read the entire document. The jury has it. It's going to go back with them. They can read it. But give the jury some examples of what are the options given to them.
all right. So the first thing that was covered was living arrangements. You know, does he want to live at home, move out on his own, go to the military? Looks like my father pre-wrote this and then updated it with a different color pen. I'm assuming with discussion with Grant. So there are some markings and highlightations of things that were discussed and chosen. It looks like Grant chose to live at home. He understood that the family would not cover or pay any current remaining future debts, etc. Goes on to say that, you know, some rules are no post-midnight internet use, no more all-nighters online, limited TV, install a new AT&T modem for logging, wireless, and hard traffic use. It says that he terminated his current phone and set him up with a new phone that I guess didn't have data or the ability to go on the internet. Some responsibilities where he had to get a job. He had some debts that he had to take care of. No savings. He owed the family some money, owed the family an apology. It's very detailed.
Is there any reference in there about contact with the woman in Bulgaria?
Yes, sir. So
What does that say?
It states that it informed Grant that they had reached out to this woman to let them know, or to let her know some of the things that Grant had been saying weren't 100% true. And that he wasn't allowed to communicate with her anymore based off of those lies.
Now, once again, let me change topics. Let me address your attention to January 26th of this year, 2019.
Yes, sir.
Towards the latter part of the day, late afternoon, very early evening.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to go to the Seminole County Sheriff's Office and actually see your brother, Grant Amato?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. First of all, what were the circumstances that brought you over to the sheriff's office? How did you wind up at the sheriff's office?
Well, obviously, I was aware earlier in the day that they had located my brother, and he was voluntarily answering some questions. And then later in the day, they came and told me that he had requested me to come and see him.
And you went to the sheriff's office?
Correct. So I just drove up to the sheriff's office and told him that it was on the weekend, so there was no receptionist. So I just met Dan Anderson downstairs, and he took me up to see my brother.
And did you actually go into the interview and have a conversation with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the course of the conversation, first of all, your brother initially denied any type of responsibility for hurting your family. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
During the course of the conversation, were there times where you indirectly and then at one point directly accuse him of killing your family?
Yes, I did go into meeting my brother, just trying to find out what happened to my family, and he was the last one that I knew was there. So I'm sure some of my questions or statements were accusatory.
And when you would, and it's on video, and the jury's already seen it, when you would directly or indirectly accuse him of your family's death, what was his response?
I just remember him mostly being silent and just saying he understood how I felt. If you're asking if he denied any of my accusations, I only remember him saying he didn't have anything to do with it when I first walked in.
Now, let me take you back 2 days earlier from that, referring to January 24th.
Okay.
And specifically the evening of January 24th. You remember what you did that evening?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what did you do that evening?
It's just a regular Thursday for me. I left work around 5:30, maybe 5:15. Drove home, got home around 6 o'clock, I think. Said hi to the family, hung out for a second. We decided we wanted to go out for dinner. And
you mentioned your family. Tell the jury about your family.
She's my longtime girlfriend. We've been together for almost 11 years. So, and then she has 2 children previous to me, but I've been in their life for 10 years. So that's my family.
What's her name?
Christina Varnell.
You live together with her?
Yes.
And how long have you been living with her?
Living with her, probably 10 years. We dated for about a year before we started living together.
And she has 2 daughters?
Correct.
How old are her daughters?
12 and 16.
And go on, tell us. You get home, and they're home, and then what do you do?
So I see the family. We decide to go out to dinner. I think we leave around 7-ish. We go to BJ's in Oviedo, and
What is BJ's?
it's a restaurant in the Oviedo area.
And how, approximately, give us some sense, how far is BJ's from your house?
15 minutes.
And all 4 of you go, Christina and her 2 daughters?
Correct. We all leave together, sit down together, and eat together.
Approximately well, let me ask you, about approximately what time did you arrive at BJ's?
Probably about between 7:15 and 7:30.
And you have dinner there?
Yes.
And approximately, once again, how long were you at BJ's?
So I think we only had to wait 10 or 15 minutes for our table. And then, so we'll say 7:30 to maybe 9 o'clock, 9:30, I think is when we left, 9 to 9:30.
And when you left, did all four of you leave together?
Yes.
And then where did you go?
We just went straight home. It was obviously a school night, so kids had to go to bed so they could go to school, and I had to go to work. So it was school night, so I had to go home.
And then when you got home, what did everyone do?
Well, my daughter, our oldest daughter, is in the IB program, and she's got tons of homework. So I think we did a little bit of homework for a couple hours. Our youngest daughter maybe laid around, went to bed, and then Christina probably went to bed shortly after getting home as well.
Okay. And then the morning of the 25th, did you get up and go to work?
Yep. Normal day, I took Krista to school, and I think I just went straight to work from dropping her off at the high school.
Now, on that day, on that Friday, January 25th, did the police come to you?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that. About what time that morning did they arrive?
They arrived around 12:30, but I was initially communicated or contacted around 9:30 in the morning. I got a phone call from a person that I thought was part of the hospital that I later learned was a police officer. Needless to say, they're the ones that initiated that Cody didn't show up for work.
Now, let me ask you, were you at work? You mentioned that you worked in Maitland?
Yes, sir.
You were in Maitland when the police came over to your workplace?
Yes, they met. Yes, sir. They came to my work.
And how long, well, kind of tell us what happened then. The police made contact with you sometime afternoon.
It was pretty scary. So they, came into the building, and the whole building got shut down, and there were police officers everywhere. They took me into a room and, questioned me, and later gave me very general details that there was a woman and two males in their 30s found in the house. So I just tried to answer. No, I'm good. So I just tried to answer their questions as best as possible. And they questioned me for, I was with them all day, but they initially questioned me for a couple hours. And then they went and searched my car in the parking lot for a couple hours. And then they went and searched my house for a couple hours. So, during that whole time, I was with the investigators all day. And they were constantly asking me questions, just tendencies about my parents and brothers and stuff.
And when you say search your house, you're not referring to 2112 Sultan Circle?
No, my house in Winter Springs.
And during your contact with the police, did they inform you that there was no forced entry into 2112 Sultan Circle?
Yes, it was sometime that day, I think later in the day, that they informed me that there was no forced entry or no broken windows or doors. They asked me if anybody else had a house key, how often other people came over to the house, that kind of thing. I think that's about it.
Did you have a key?
No, I didn't have a house key.
You visited the house, of course, but you no longer resided in that house.
Correct. And my mom was always home. So if I ever needed to go over to the house, she was always home. So I could easily just call the house. I usually call my mom in the house phone because she was always home. So I would just call her and tell her. She sat right there in the front of the house so she could see most people drive down the driveway. So she knew when people got there.
And let me ask you this, from the fact that you were informed that there was no forced entry, broken windows, doors, or that type of thing, did you naturally infer that it was not a burglary?
Well, and then they had also asked me what kind of valuables would be in the house. And, you know, obviously I didn't live there. So I just stated probably TVs. You know, I know my brothers had nice computers and video game systems. I said that they had weapons in the house, computers. I didn't really say jewelry because I knew there wasn't a lot of jewelry in the house.
But from that, let me ask you, from the fact that they informed you that there was no signs of forced entry, at that point, did you come to the logical conclusion?
I assume, correct. I assume there was nothing stolen from the house.
Now, let me change subjects again and kind of move you back about another month. And I want to direct your attention to December 23rd of 2018, approximately 3 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to go to your Aunt Donna's house?
Yes, sir.
And first of all, where does your Aunt Donna live? And once again, you know, city, town, however you feel comfortable.
She lives in Apopka, Florida.
Okay. And what were the circumstances? Why did you go to your Aunt Donna's house at 3 o'clock in the morning on December 23rd, 2018?
Okay, so a couple of days before that, Grant had went to my aunt's house to get away from the house, predominantly, I think, my father. We all knew he was there. We knew he needed help. We had done a couple, I hate to call them stakeouts, but we took turns with another family member, Cody, and my dad would sit outside the house at my aunt's house. We just wanted to make sure that Grant wouldn't walk away and go somewhere where we didn't know where he was. So me and my mom did 12 hours. Me and my brother and my dad did 12 hours. We did that like 2 shifts of it each. And then on the last shift, my mom had found a facility that was willing to talk to Grant. So we decided to do it at like 3 o'clock in the morning. It was pretty much led by Cody. We communicated that we were going to meet outside my aunt's house around 3 o'clock in the morning. And my dad, has some idiosyncrasies and doesn't like to drive his car far distances. So he rented a car. I drove myself. He had brought my mom and Cody. We all met at my aunt's house. Cody called my aunt. Grant came out. Cody was talking to Grant about that he needed help with his obsession or his relationship with that woman. And initially the conversation didn't go well. My brother and Cody and my dad started getting on Grant. I stepped in and told him he just needed to get help and focus on himself. My brother Cody and my dad calmed down. Grant got in the car. The 3 drove him to Fort Lauderdale, where he checked himself in that morning when they got there. And that was the last time that I saw Cody and my dad.
So, Grant, your brother Amato, got into the car,
Yes.
your father driving?
Yes, sir.
And And Cody, where was Cody in the car?
Cody got next to Grant in the back seat. My Grant sat behind my dad, and Cody sat behind my mom. I did not go down to Fort Lauderdale with them.
Your mother also went down to Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, sir.
And from there, where did you go? Back home?
Yes, sir.
So Cody was supportive of the idea of having Grant check himself into this facility for treatment,
Yes, sir.
as was your father?
Yes, we all wanted him to get help.
And okay. Let me ask you this, and then this is, I think, my last or next to last question. You touched upon this just a moment ago, but I'd like you to kind of elaborate or get into it a little bit more. The discussion out in front of your Aunt Donna's house between, on the one hand, Cody and your father, and on the other hand, Grant. The discussion between your father, Cody, and Grant. Describe that. I mean, how heated did it get?
Oh, it wasn't yelling. Really, I think what set it off was Cody was upset that Grant, I guess, wasn't being forthcoming. I guess he gave him a look. That's what Cody kept saying. Don't give me that look, or why are you giving me that look? And then my dad did put his hand on Grant's shoulder, not like punch him or hit him. He put his hand on his shoulder, and that's when I stepped in and told them to leave him alone. And I told Grant just to focus on himself. I think I gave him a hug. He really didn't say anything. I stepped back out since I wasn't really the one involved with the facility and taking him there. And I would say shortly after that, a couple minutes, he just walked to the car himself.
I have no further questions.
Ross.
Good morning, Jason.
Morning, Mr. Dowdy.
We met before, right?
Yes, sir.
Several times. And Jason, I apologize. I'm so sorry for your loss, but I think you know now I have to ask you some questions, okay?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. And again, I'm sorry for your loss. Jason, you moved out of the house pretty early, right? At 8, when you moved out of the house, the Sultan Circle house, you were around 18, 19 years old?
Yes, sir.
You went to college from there?
19, yes, sir.
And University of Florida?
Yes, sir.
In the beginning, when you were a young child, what's been diagrammed here is the gym. You were indicating that was the playroom?
We call it a game room, but you can call it a playroom.
when you were tiny.
Sounds like a girly thing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So we'll call it a game room.
Okay, the game room.
But I can pull out the original plans. My dad had it marked as a game room.
Okay, and your father was very meticulous when he built that home, wasn't he?
My father is meticulous in everything.
Everything. In fact, I think he told me a story once that he actually flew over the property on a helicopter and picked it out.
Correct.
And that's going to be the Amato home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your father, he was a good man. He was a stern man, though, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there's a few years difference between you and Cody and Grant.
Yes, sir.
You're the older brother.
Yeah, I am. I think 5 years older than Cody, or 4.5 years older than Cody, and about 6 years older than Grant.
But the three of you, you were pretty tight when you were younger.
Yeah, we lived out in the country, so didn't have a lot of neighbors. Again, my father didn't allow a lot of friends over, so it was just me and my brothers. We played outside a lot.
Okay. Then when you moved out, Grant and Cody remained living at the home?
Yes, sir.
And it was when Grant and Cody got a little bit older, teenagers, and after, onto their lives, they became extremely tight, right?
Yes, they had a lot of common interest and things that they enjoyed doing.
And one of those common interests was gaming and computers.
Big time.
As we saw, that was some serious computer and gaming equipment, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. How did that come to be? Do you know?
Honestly, I don't know. We were not big computer video gamers when I lived there. Honestly, I don't know what pushed them in the direction of video games.
Okay. But let me back up. I kind of overlooked something. When you were younger, you said that you used to play baseball and catch and batting with your dad.
Yes, sir.
Was Cody and Grant part of that group too?
Oh yeah. Yep. They all played baseball. We all went to Florida football games together. Every home game. We played sports all the time.
You would play catch with your dad?
Yeah, we played catch with everybody.
Oh, Grant would be there too playing.
Yeah,
catch?
one of the family photos, because I was asked to provide some family photos, is Grant's got a football in his hand. We were known as a football family.
Great. And obviously then you would, by just playing catch, as you can see, I'm left-handed, but you knew your dad was right-handed.
100%.
Okay. And is this fair to assume that Grant probably knew too, that he was right-handed? Your dad?
Yes, we're all right-handed.
Okay. Is your mom right-handed too? Or
Yes.
not? Right. Okay. Since you moved out over the years, how often would you go over to the house?
Predominantly it was for holidays or birthdays, Mother's Day, Father's Day, that kind of thing. So maybe a handful of times of the year. But, sometimes I'd still get a piece of mail at the house. So I'd go over and say hi to my mom and see my brothers. And we'll just say, half dozen to a dozen times a year.
Yeah. It was a normal family gathering, right?
Yes.
Normal family functioning.
Yes.
And you would contact your mom via telephone quite often, wouldn't you?
Correct. And there were times when mom was at the barn and my brothers were home and they would answer and say, Mom's at the barn, or, come on by if you want to come to the house. So yes, it was very welcoming when I came home.
Okay. And Jason, let me ask you, you were asked about these initials that your dad would use. Would it be like JRA?
Yeah, actually on that contract that they just showed me, it has, I know I saw my father and my mom's initials, and that's just an example of my father referencing an individual by initials.
Okay. Did you ever hear Cody call your dad Pops?
I think, no, not to his face. It would have been in a,
Like a text or something?
no, it would have been to like me and Cody or me and Grant, or maybe his friends, he'd be like my pops.
Yeah.
Or,
Pops. My Pops is working today.
But I don't think he ever called my dad Pops.
Okay. You probably call him Dad. Well,
Yes. I think we all called our father Dad.
Okay. Yes, sir. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You talked about the garage. The garage seemed like that was the main entrance to go in and out.
Yes. Even though the front door was a main point that everybody walked by, since it was right by the stairs, I'll be honest, that door maybe opened a dozen times the entire time I lived there.
In fact, the house doesn't even have a sidewalk.
No, that was an initial plan that my father had, was to put in a sidewalk, and then it just became so custom for us to always go through the garage and have people meet us down there. We just always met at the garage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. I want to go back to the gaming systems. As they got older, did you ever play with those intense gaming systems? That was just
No.
between Cody and...
Candy Crush on my phone, but I don't do like the PlayStation or what's the other one, Xbox.
Right.
I don't do the PC games. I got a family and kids, and a job. I don't have time for it. So
You're a family man, right?
yes.
Okay. And Orange Crush is a long way away from what we saw up there with their gaming systems.
What is? I'm sorry.
Orange Crush is a long way away.
Yeah, Candy Crush. Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm sorry, Candy Crush.
Yes.
Did they share their gaming systems? Do you know? I mean, did they interact? You said they built them from scratch.
Yes.
Was it like, all right, this computer
Well,
downstairs?
not the video game. I don't think they built a PlayStation, but I know the two big computers and the big computer downstairs, the two computers up in my brother's rooms, those were made, they bought a motherboard and a graphic card and all those other little pieces that you put a computer together.
All right, did your dad play too or no?
Play?
Well, with them, with their...
No, my dad wasn't a gamer, but my dad was a self-taught computer guru. He was very smart when it came to computers.
We've seen, the jury's seen pictures, a lot of pictures of there's a lot of electronics in the home. Cell
Right, yes,
phones,
sir.
laptops, obviously the gaming systems and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about the contract. Okay, you found the contract after you were given access?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to give it to you, you said you found it in a legal pad, like, not like it was hidden, but it would be something like, put it there like this and the contract would be down there? Like that?
Correct, but remember my father is a little crazy about things like that, so it would have been stuck in there perfectly. So you would not have been able to see it without, because originally it was just a blank legal pad. He had several blank legal pads, and I don't know why, I decided to flip through them, and that one legal pad had the piece of paper in it.
Well, reading that so-called contract, that wasn't very surprising to you because you were aware of the family issues that were going on at that time.
Yes, yes.
You were aware that Grant was involved with this internet lady and he had been spending some of the family money.
I wasn't 100% sure of the amount or the detail that my father went into regarding the rules for Grant. But after seeing it, it looks like my father.
Yeah, because your father was a disciplinarian, as you said, very meticulous and things like that.
Yes, sir.
But throughout all these issues that are going on in these couple of months or maybe a little bit longer, the family was pulling together, weren't they, trying to get Grant through this?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, I mean, you all confronted him on the 23rd, concerned for his welfare, and took him to Cornerstone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it was somewhat confrontational between Cody and your dad, and Cody said, don't look, Grant, don't give me that look. And Grant was pretty much submissive when this was going on.
Yes, sir.
Is Grant known to be rather submissive when he's being accused of things, or is it the confrontational things more of a Cody and dad thing?
Yes, I would say me and Grant are fairly submissive compared to Cody.
Okay. And actually it didn't get physical or anything, but your dad did put his hand on Grant's shoulder, but you sort of stepped in and tried to calm it down.
Right. And I don't think it was going to get to a point where there would be fists thrown or, someone getting pushed. I just didn't want Grant to feel like he was being dominated or controlled. He is still a person that needs to make his own decision about his well-being.
And that's your big brother, and you love your big brother, just like you said in the video.
He's my big brother.
You love Grant. I mean, you're the big brother. You love your little brother.
Yeah, I love both of my brothers.
I understand. Again, Jason, I'm sorry. Part of that contract said that he had a choice to go into the military.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this is where my father can be a little overbearing is, in his contract, he lists the reasons why Grant shouldn't go to the military, It's just like living with my dad. He's underweight. I think there was another reason, making Grant probably feel less of a person, which I don't agree with, but yes, it was listed on there with reasons why my father felt he shouldn't do it. And then next to it, in another color pen, it was marked that Grant denied going to the military.
That's right. Sort of like what I do, right? You have blue highlights and yellow highlights and
Correct.
things like that.
Yes, sir.
It was, I mean, would you agree it's kind of unusual for a dad to tell his son that you're going into the military when the son's 29 years old? Or is that just the nature of the family?
Oh, no, my father wasn't telling him. He was giving him the option. And then explaining from his point of view the pros and cons to the different options he had for Grant.
And Jason, you were in contact and you were talking with your mom on the telephone while this was going on, the time period. You know, how's Grant doing?
Yes, sir.
Checking on his well-being.
I talked to her 3 or 4 times after Grant had gotten out of the facility.
And that was in January.
Yes, sir.
Early January. And I don't want to ask you what your mom said, but was it your feelings that the family was coming together and you were going to get through this?
Yes, she did sound better than she had in the previous months. She said that Grant was being more part of the family and had a job interview and was excited that things looked like they were turning around. So
I am muted. Sorry. I don't know why I was muted. Yeah, I'm not muted now. I don't know why I was muted. Sorry, guys. This mic mutes itself. I don't know why. The military might have been the best thing for him. And like all those reasons why his dad said he shouldn't go into the military were reasons why he should have gone into the military. Because that's what the military does. It takes people that have problems and aren't productive members of society, and they turn them into productive members of society. Like my dad used to say, every young person should at least just go and do like just the major beginning stint in the military, the whatever it is, like the 2 years or whatever, like go through boot camp in the first 2 years. I don't know. But they made I have my oldest brother got in trouble a lot when he was young. And I think my parents made him do that. It was like, it's that or jail. So, because he kept getting my dad was a cop. My dad was like, don't you tell them. Next time you get caught, don't you tell them who you belong to, whose son you are. And so he ended up doing a short stint in the military. Just straighten him out. So that probably would have been the best thing for him. And then everybody'd still be alive, and hopefully he would have turned his life around.
You know, I was excited too, but still called, once a week or so to check in on the family.
And that was great news for you to hear, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that job interview that you referred to, that would be the job interview at the Express Scripts, I think on 125.
I believe so. Well, she told me he had a job interview the Friday after we had last talked, which was on January 16th. And then, so that would have been the Friday before the incident. And then I guess he had another job interview on that January 25th, the Friday after the incident.
Yes, sir. And Jason, once again, I'm very sorry I have to ask you
It's
these
okay.
questions.
I understand.
Okay. I don't have any further questions at this
Oh,
time. Thank you, sir.
God.
Redirect?
Yes. When Mr. Downey was asking you questions, you referred to your mother being at the barn.
Yes.
Explain to the jury what you meant by that.
My mom loved horses, and she had a barn, she had a horse at a barn down a dirt road behind the house. She met a lot of good friends there, and she spent a lot of time there with her horse and friends.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? Please write them down.
Poor guy. Oh my gosh. He makes me sad. That is an
There are
evil
some questions
person.
that the jurors have that I'm going
Evil.
to ask of you, Mr. Amato. And again, this point, these are the questions that are permitted. Was your father abusive physically or otherwise towards any family members?
No, we got spanked, but I don't consider that abuse.
If Grant got rid of his guns, do you have personal knowledge and do you know why he still had gun cases?
Wait a minute, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
If Grant got rid of his guns, and I'm asking as to your personal knowledge, if you know, do you know why he still had gun cases?
No, I have no idea.
Why did Grant not finish the program at Cornerstone?
From what I was told is that my mom said that the person that oversaw the facility said that there was nothing else they could do for Grant. He was basically saying that he was getting better and didn't feel the urge, and he was saying all the right things, and they didn't feel that he needed to be there anymore. That's what I was told.
When were you informed that your brother Grant was a suspect?
When was I informed?
Yes.
I guess when I got the call in the middle of the night that they were going to arrest him. But before that, I mean, he was just a person of interest. They released him, so I didn't have any feelings like that until I was told he was being arrested.
On January 26th, did you find Grant's demeanor of quote unquote listening silently, as you previously stated, to be typical of him? Is he normally more talkative or argumentative?
No, I would say that would be typical.
Why did the family do the stakeout, quote unquote? What was the concern regarding Grant specifically?
We just wanted to make sure that, because originally we didn't know where he had gone. I guess you could say he ran away. He just left without telling people where he was going. And he ended up going to our aunt's house. I think it actually took 24 to 36 hours before we all became aware that it was at my aunt's house. And since he knew that we knew he was there, we just didn't want him to feel like he needed to run away or get away again. So that's why we staked out to make sure he didn't leave my aunt's house.
During the December 23rd discussion, what was Grant like? Was he quiet or argumentative?
Nope, quiet.
The last time you saw Chad and Cody was December 23rd. How come you didn't see them for the holidays?
I don't remember why Cody wasn't there, but I know my dad was working, and then I saw my mom that day. Or no, yeah, I saw my mom that day. What was the question?
Last time you saw Chad and Cody was December 23rd.
Why didn't I
How
see them
come
for the
you didn't
holiday?
see them for the holidays?
Right. So I know my dad was working. I'm not sure what Cody was doing. And then I obviously saw my mom because she came out to my aunt's house for the holiday.
That's the kind of house I grew up in. My dad wasn't that way. My mom. I loved my mother very much, and we were very close. But the control, I didn't even realize how much control I was under until after she died. When I moved into my first apartment, and this was like 10 years, well, maybe not 10 years, 9 years after she died, maybe. I moved into my new apartment, got all settled in, and there was a box of mothballs in one of the closets, and I hate the smell of mothballs. This is how controlled I had been 9 years after my mom died. Get my new apartment. I called my dad to ask if I could throw those mothballs away. And my dad was like, Debbie, it's your apartment. You can do anything you want. So it's left a long lasting mark on me. And I still have times where I'm like, nope, I can't do it that way. Like, even decorating the Christmas tree every year, I hear her voice in my head telling me how to decorate the Christmas tree. It's a form of abuse. It really is. But it's not when you think of abuse, that's not what you think of. In fact, in high school, I remember asking my friends, how come you guys don't ever invite me to anything anymore? And they said, because your mom never let you go.
Have you seen Grant's interview?
Grant's interview with me?
Have you seen Grant's interview?
I've only seen the interview or the meeting that me and Grant had.
And that is the last question or permitted question. Is there any more questions from the state at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Any more questions from the defense?
Yes. Jason, you were asking whether or not your dad was abusive towards the family. When you were younger, did your mom and dad used to argue some?
Yes.
There was a time they separated, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason.
Any redirect?
Ever see any physical abuse?
Members of the jury, any more questions? No questions? At this time, may the witness be excused and released.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused and you're released from your subpoena. All right. All right. My understanding, the next one's a short witness, so why don't we just do that witness and then we will take a break after that. All right. Who's the state's next witness?
We call Troy Roberts for like 5 questions.
Sir, so if you could please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning.
Sorry for dragging you back in here. I just had 3 more questions I needed to ask you. Regarding the access of the wireless devices at that particular Publix we were talking about at Corner Lakes Plaza, did you also review if any Apple devices had accessed the wireless network at that location between midnight and, let's say, 3 a.m. on January 25th?
Yeah, we provided several logs. So after reviewing, we looked for specifically for Apple devices that it connected that day and time. And based on those logs, we didn't see any Apple devices at all actually connected during that time period.
Between 12 of midnight and 3 a.m. on the 25th, whether it's an iPad or an iPhone, there were no Apple devices that logged into that particular Publix
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
we saw no record of any events from any Apple devices.
That's correct. Thank you. No further questions.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
The device with a MAC address ending in 1380, the light surface,
Yes, sir.
that had logged on at 2:53 a.m. on January 25th, 2019. Is that correct?
Correct. Based on on the
Based
log.
on the
Correct.
Right, based on the information that was placed into evidence.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? All right, write it down. Mr. Roberts, one of our jurors has a question. Does the public network log any sites or IP addresses that were visited by said MAC addresses?
So you're talking about content where they're actually
What do
going
you
as
mean?
far
How
as
do you
IP addresses
smell
and content.
mothballs?
Currently, we do not have that
Oh,
record.
I'm not. Never mind. I am not even touching
Infrastructure
that.
and our current logging methods, we do not log the specific sites that they go to.
Forget I asked, Marty.
Any more information? All right, may this witness then be excused and released?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused and you're released. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take just a short 10-minute recess. I do want to remind you as to the jury instruction. Again, if your question may not have been asked, there is maybe a legal reason why I do not ask your question. And if I do not ask your question, you must not hold it against any of the parties. You must not discuss it with the other jurors, and please don't take it personally. All right? And you may retire at this point. You may be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
Christina Barnett.
Ms. Varnell, if you could please come forward, raise your right hand, be ready to be sworn.
You told me for our business when you're about to get it, we get complete truth, so help you out. Thank you.
Please make sure and move your chair forward so you get caught by the microphone. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Stone.
Good morning. How are you?
Okay.
Okay. You nervous?
Yes.
Try not to be nervous, okay? I have a few questions I just want to ask you, and then
She needs to speak up and talk into the mic.
first, tell us your name, please.
Christina Varnell.
And would you spell your first and last name?
Yes, Christina, Christina. Last name is Varnell, Varnell.
And tell us where do you live?
In Winter Springs.
And what do you do for it?
Oh, yeah.
What do you do for an occupation?
I'm a substitute teacher.
I'm sorry?
A substitute teacher.
And
Now,
actually, you see the box right in front of you, not the microphone to the
This
left. Do you
one?
see that? That's actually the microphone for the courtroom. All right. So if you want to lean more forward, that way your voice gets picked up.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, I do not like public speaking.
That's all right.
try not to be nervous.
She's a teacher and she doesn't like public speaking? What? What?
This question. Do you know a person by the name of Jason Amato?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. How do you know Jason
Okay.
Amato?
He's my significant other for almost 11 years.
You live together?
Yes.
And do you have any children?
Yes. 2.
Daughters?
Yes.
How old are they?
12 and 16.
Okay, and do you and Jason and your two daughters live as a family unit?
Yes.
And did you know during their lifetimes, Margaret Amato, Chad Amato, and Cody Amato?
Yes.
Tell the jury, please, how did you know them and how long had you known them?
They are Jason's mom, dad, and brother, and I've known them, or I knew them
Because they
for
couldn't
about 10
hear her
years.
because she didn't like public speaking.
Yes, particularly Margaret.
Okay, and how would you refer to, how would you refer to Margaret and Chad?
I would call them my in-laws. We're not legally married, but we would call, she called my children her grandchildren.
Refer to Chad as dad?
Yes.
And how about Margaret?
Mom.
I want to direct your attention to to January 24th, 2019, and ask you, do you recall particularly the events of that evening? And generally, I'm going to get into more specifics, but that evening, what did you do?
We went out to dinner. Nothing big or fancy. It was a regular Thursday night. We went out to dinner.
And where do you recall? Where did you go to dinner?
BJ's in Oviedo.
And what type of restaurant is BJ's?
Why does it matter?
Like it's American type food, kind of sports bar, I guess. It's a brewery actually, so it is probably a sports bar.
And you told us you live in Winter Springs?
That's crazy.
Give us some sense about how far is BJ's from where your house is?
15 minutes.
And well, first let me back up a little bit, a little bit earlier. Was Jason did he go to work that day?
Yes.
Did he get home that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time did Jason get home?
No, he's still at work.
And then was it a little bit later on that you all went out to BJ's?
Yes, I don't think we left. We usually visit when he gets home and stuff, so we didn't leave till probably about 7.
And when you say we now, we meaning?
Myself, the girls, and Jason.
And approximately how long do you think it took you to get to BJ's?
Probably about 15 minutes.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the BJ's?
Probably about 7:15, I guess.
And have dinner at BJ's?
Yes.
And once again, just to be sure, you, Jason, and the girls?
Yes.
Approximately how long were you at BJ's?
Probably about an hour and a half. Maybe 2 hours.
And then after about when you were finished with dinner, when did you leave BJ's?
We left around 9 o'clock. It's a little late for us.
And once again, we meaning
Jason and the girls and myself.
And you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
And from BJ's, when you left around 9 o'clock, where did you go?
We went home.
Directly home?
Yes.
And when you got home, tell us what you did.
Just drove back down the driveway, got out. The girls went and started doing their things. My oldest had a bunch of homework. I think Calista and I started to get ready for bed. And we went to bed. Jason and our oldest stayed up and did homework.
And the following morning, Jason get up and go to work?
Yeah, we get up together, did our normal morning routine. He took our oldest to school. I usually take our youngest to school.
14W. It should be 14W.
Identification. May I approach her? Let me show you what mark that's for identification and ask you to look at it.
Yes.
You recognize it?
Yes.
And please tell the jury what is 14W for identification.
It's a copy of our receipt from the night we went to dinner.
Okay.
It's actually two receipts, the one that lists everything we ordered and then the one where we paid.
Okay. Have you seen this before?
Yes, has my name on it.
Okay. I'd offer this into evidence as a state's exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, so the pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 14W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 180 in evidence.
Why are they establishing an alibi for Jason?
You just told us that you've seen this before?
Yes.
So you're familiar with it?
Yes.
And there are various, 2 times that are noted on this receipt?
Correct.
Okay, and actually what I can do is I'll put it on the overhead.
Okay.
Isn't that kind of weird?
Let me first zoom in. The top, although it's somewhat evident and apparent, what time is it on the top?
The first one is 7:26.
With the date of 1/24/19?
Correct.
And that's 7:26 p.m. time?
PM. Yes.
Is that about the time that kind of checked in?
Yes, I'd say that's probably about the time we sat down or maybe ordered, because I think we got there a little before then.
And then on the bottom, actually, you see on the top there the date and the time.
Correct.
And just tell us what the date and time is, although once again it's pretty apparent.
January 24th, 2019 and 2048.
Okay, and
8:48 p.m.
8:48, and what does that time indicate?
I think that's the time we scanned the card and paid.
I have nothing further.
Ross?
Does not have any questions for this witness.
All right. Members of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? Write it down, please. Approach. All right.
I mean, obviously the police have already ruled
The
him out if
receipt
they've got somebody on trial.
Showed a gift card and what appeared as $14 in charges. If you could put it back up on the overhead, please. Is this correct for 4 people?
The gift, I had a gift card. That's what the $25 was for, I think, is because I had a $25 gift card. So the 14 is the balance. Is that what you're asking?
That was what the question stated. I just read the question.
Okay, sorry.
How would you describe the relationship between Jason and his father?
I would describe it as he was closer with his mother. I wouldn't say they were as close as he was with his mom, but he talked to his dad and there was no, I don't know, animosity or I guess bad blood that I was aware of between them. In fact, they spoke. We were out to dinner before this happened and Chad called Jason to ask his advice about something and Jason stepped out to talk to him. So to my understanding, you know, there was a father-son relationship. I was aware that he was his, not his biological father, but the only father he ever knew.
Any questions based upon that question?
First, let me just clarify, and probably my fault, I didn't show the entire receipt. The entire dinner, is that now depicted in the left side of the screen and the total price? Go ahead.
May I mention, maybe there's confusion because Jason and I shared the full rack of ribs. We do share meals often, like I'm looking at it now and I'm thinking maybe that's why there was confusion.
But the entire meal was $39.86?
Correct. I can see what each of our daughters ordered, our appetizer, all that's correct, yes. That's everything we ate that night.
Okay. And just to clarify, Jason did not speak to Chad the day that this crime occurred.
No, I'm sorry. I just meant another time we were out to dinner.
I have nothing more.
Any cross based on this question?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Bardell, you said that Jason and his father spoke just before you went out to dinner that night?
Not that night. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that was a
I
mistake.
must have, yes. When they asked the question about their relationship, I didn't know how to really answer somebody's relationship with their parent, but I just meant I knew they spoke because I don't recall exactly when it was, but it was, I would say sometime in January for sure. It was after all this stuff happened in the family. Chad called Jason while we were out to dinner, and they, like I said, it was just if my dad called me to ask my opinion about something, I'd step out to speak to him too. So I was just trying to show that to me, that's all I could say about
Yes,
the
ma'am, I
contents of their relationship.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. It was just,
I didn't.
your understanding, it was just a normal conversation between dads. so
Yes.
Nothing unusual.
Well, I mean, I know what the conversation is about.
I'm not asking you
Okay.
what was said to you, okay? Again, ma'am, I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Any more questions from members of the jury? May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused and you're released from your seat. All right, state may call their next witness.
State would recall Arthur Rewatch.
Speak up and use your mic, Chicky Poo.
You're still under oath as you weren't released from your subpoena previously. All right, so you can
Oh,
take a seat.
God, him again. Is this more evidence?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Rewatch.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Previously, when you testified, we discussed your collection of the crime scene back at 2112 Sultan Circle. So today I want to draw your attention to another location where you asked to respond to the Doubletree Hotel, specifically room 336 or 366, located at 12125 High Tech Avenue in Orlando, Florida.
Yes, I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that location?
I was asked to respond to that location to execute a search warrant.
And do you recall specifically the date and time you were asked to respond to that location?
Yes, it was the January 27th, and I responded to that scene at 12:15 hours.
And you said you were there to execute a search warrant,
That's correct.
and did you do so?
Yes, I did.
After you executed the search warrant, please explain to the jury how you began your investigation.
We received the search warrant at 15:36 hours. I then photographed the exterior of the hotel room and then made my way into the hotel room and photographed the hotel room for documentation purposes. I then went ahead and started my evidence collection in the hotel room.
Permission to approach, Madam Clerk.
For efficiency purposes, why don't you take all the exhibits that you intend on marking and place them by the podium so you don't have to keep walking out.
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Showing counsel, it's been marked for identification purposes as state 7H through 7W.
You at the time that it's on.
All right. You can begin authentication and then we'll go from there.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
Showing the witness what's been marked for identification purposes as state 7H through 7W. Can you please review these exhibits? Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took at that location.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the investigation you conducted at the DoubleTree?
Yes, they are.
Permission to move states 7H through 7W into evidence of states next.
Your Honor, I would object as to Q, at least 7Q.
All right. Approach. At this point, inquire further as to that one.
Mr. Rubert, I'm showing you again states 7Q for identification. In this photograph, can you please tell me when you located this laptop, was it open when you observed it?
Yes, the laptop was open.
And you took a photograph as you observed it on the bed?
Yes, I did.
Permission to move into evidence.
Overrule the objection as to what's been pre-marked for identification as 7H. The court will be moved into evidence as 180 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for 181. And what's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7I will be moved into evidence as 182. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7J will be moved into evidence as 183. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7K will be moved into evidence as 184. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7L will be moved into evidence as 185. What's been pre-marked for ID as 7N as in Nancy will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 186. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7O will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit
That makes
187.
a lot of extra
What's been
work for her.
pre-marked
I don't know
ID
why
as
she
States
does
Exhibit
that.
7P will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 188. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7Q will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 189. What's been pre-marked for ID, how far did we go? W. Okay, what's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7R will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 190. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7S will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 191. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7T will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 192. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7U will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 193 in evidence, which has been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7V as in Victor, will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 194 in evidence, which has been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7W, will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 195 in evidence. Permission to publish? You may.
Mr. Rubert, I'm showing you what's now in evidence as states 181. Is this the hotel you were asked to respond to at 12125 High Tech Avenue in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, it was.
And this was the hotel that the defendant in this case, Grant Amato, was currently occupied in, or was occupied in.
That's correct.
Now showing you states 182 in evidence. The hotel room you were asked to respond to was room 336.
That's correct.
This is a photograph of that room.
Yes, it is.
And specifically, this is the room that law enforcement located the defendant, Grant Amato.
That's correct.
I'm now showing you states 183 in evidence. Can you please describe this photograph?
This is a photograph taken at the front door of the hotel looking inward.
And this is specifically for room 336.
That's correct.
And is this a single occupancy or a single bed hotel room?
Yes, it is.
I'm now showing you what's in evidence. It states 184. Can you please describe this photograph?
This is a photograph looking at the bed in the hotel room.
And do you notice anything on the bed?
Yes, a Microsoft Surface Pro is on the bed, as well as a notepad and a gray blanket and pillows.
I'm now showing you photograph 185. Can you please describe this photograph?
Here's a closer up image of the notepad that was on the bed.
And did you subsequently collect the notepad for evidence?
Yes, I did.
We should be able to see these
Now showing you
pictures.
states 186.
There's no blood or dead bodies in these pictures.
Please describe this photograph.
In this photograph, you see a dresser with a television on it and a desk with numerous items on it. And then you see a chair over here with a brown leather bag on top of it.
And did you subsequently enter out empty the contents of the bag
Yes, I did.
and the bag in the chair?
Yes, I did.
Now showing you states 187. Can you please describe this photograph?
It is a closer up image of that chair that had the brown leather bag on top of it.
And this was the bag prior to being moved or emptied by law enforcement.
That is correct.
Now showing you states 188 in evidence. Can you please describe this photograph?
This is a photograph of the items from that brown leather bag that were placed on the bed.
And using your laser pointer, can you please indicate specifically all the items that you located within the brown leather bag?
We have miscellaneous clothing items that were in the bag. We have 2 bottles of medication, a pair of leather gloves, a charger of some sorts for a phone, a bottle of wine, a plastic bag that contained bathroom toiletries, miscellaneous paperwork, and an Apple iPhone and a Apple iPad.
I'm now showing you states 189 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the Microsoft Surface Pro that was on the bed.
And when you first went into the hotel room, was the screen on the computer lit up or was it not lit up?
The screen was originally black when I first entered the hotel room.
Okay. So how did you obtain this particular photograph?
I believe one of the investigators had touched the pad and activated the screen to turn on.
And so did you take a photograph as you observed it on this website?
Yes, I did.
You did not put the computer onto any particular websites?
No, this was what popped up on the image when the screen turned on.
I'm now showing you states 190 in evidence. Is this a photograph of the brown leather bag you previously described that was in the corner of the hotel room sitting on the hotel chair?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you states 191 in evidence. Can you please describe this photograph?
Those are the pair of leather gloves that were in the brown leather bag.
States 192.
Just another image of those same gloves but flipped over.
I'm now showing you a photograph of states 193 in evidence. Can you please describe what we are looking at in this photograph?
You are looking at miscellaneous cards that were in this red card holder that was inside of a hat that was on top of that desk in the hotel room.
I'm going to show you again states 186. Was the card holder located on this desk that you were referring to?
Yes, right here is a hat that was on its top and the card holder was inside the hat.
I'm now showing you states 194 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of two cards with the name of Grant Amato on them that were in that red card holder that was in the hat that was on the desk in the hotel room.
I'm now showing you states 195. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a card with Grant Amato's name on it that was in that red card holder that was in the hat that was on the desk in the hotel room.
Now you discussed the card holder and various cards. Did you collect those for evidence?
Yes, I did.
showing council what's been marked for identification as states 8A. 8A, 7Z is a zebra, 7Y, 7X, and 14B is a boy. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states 14B, 14Y, or I'm sorry, 7Y, 7X, 7Z, and 8A. Can you please look at these exhibits?
Okay.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
All of them have my handwriting, as well as the unique case number, my initials on the front, and my initials on the red evidence tape sealing the envelopes.
And are these envelopes in substantially the same condition as when you collected these items for evidence?
Yes, they are.
Permission to move into evidence to states next.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7X will be moved into evidence as 196 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7Y will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 197 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 7Z will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 198 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8A will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 199 in evidence. And you're also moving in 14B as well?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 14B will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 200 in evidence. You may.
Could please open the contents of states 200. Please hold up the contents to the jury. And again, for the record, this is the red card holder you located in the hat in the hotel room.
That is correct.
Showing you 197, if you could please open. And what are we looking at? You're holding up two cards.
We are looking at a USAA Visa debit card with Cody Amato's name on it, and a Capital One Platinum MasterCard with Cody Amato's name on it.
Again, you located these in the red card holder, states 200.
That is correct.
Now showing you states 198. contents of states 198?
This is a USAA Visa signature card with Chad Amato's name on it.
Now showing you states 196. What are the contents of states 196?
Miscellaneous cards from the red card holder, all belonging to Grant Amato.
I'm going to start by holding up the first card. And what is this a card of?
It is a Florida driver's license for Grant Amato.
The next card.
This is a concealed weapons permit for the state of Florida for Grant Amato. Next is a USAA Visa debit card for Grant Amato. Next is a PNC Bank debit card, Visa debit for Grant Amato.
They're cards. Oh my God.
Next is a AAA card for Grant Amato. Next is a Capital One Platinum MasterCard for Grant Amato. Next is a Florida Hospital Care Advantage medical card for Grant Amato. Next is a card from Chewy Bobo Company. And lastly is a Florida car insurance card for Grant Amato.
Does it happen to say what car is insured to Grant Amato?
A 1996 Honda.
Just so I'm clear, these cards that have Grant Amato's name on them were mixed in with the cards that have Cody's name and the card that has Chad's name.
That is correct.
I'm now showing you states 199. What is states 199?
This is a United States of America passport for Grant Amato that was in a brown plastic zip top bag.
And where did you locate this passport?
This was in the brown leather bag.
Permission to walk in front of the jury?
Why don't you put it on the element instead?
You previously discussed a laptop computer that was found on the hotel bed.
That's correct.
Was that computer collected for evidence?
Yes, it was.
Showing counsel states 13S. Showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states 13S. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What are the contents of this exhibit?
One Microsoft Surface Pro 3 with charger and case.
And this is the same laptop computer you located in the hotel room?
That's correct.
And was this item collected and submitted to digital forensics?
Yes, this item was collected and transferred to digital forensics.
Permission to move into evidence as states next.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been pre-marked for ID? What exhibit was it? As 13S will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 201 in evidence.
As states 7M as in Mary, 11D as in David, 12U, and 12V as in Victor. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been marked as state 7M for identification, 11D, 12U, and 12V. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Well, 3 of them have my handwriting and the unique case number and my initials on the front and are sealed with red evidence tape with my initials. And this one has the same unique case number.
And states, states 12U, 11D, and 7M. Are these items in substantially the same condition as when you collected them for evidence?
Yes, they are, with the exception of some additional red evidence tape sealing them up.
Permission to move states 7M, 11D, and 12U into evidence as states next.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 7M will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 202 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's 11E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 203 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 12U will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 204 in evidence. And what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 12B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 205 in evidence. Is it 11E or D? I think, all right, so 11D is then 203, not 11E. And then
There is no 203 yet.
and then 204 would be 12U. And 205 has not been moved in at this point.
Showing me again states 1 and 5 in evidence. And you indicated this notepad was collected for evidence.
Yes, it was.
Can you please open the contents of states 202?
1202?
It is a white notepad with a note on it.
Is it the same notepad that's in the photograph on the overhead?
Yes, it is.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And for record purposes, can you please read and publish it into the record?
Yes, I can. I miss being at home already, and it's only been one day since I was kicked out by Dad. Cody said he'd take care of it, but there is nothing he could do about this. I miss the house and comfort, but the atmosphere had been getting worse and worse. Cody sounded pretty sad, and I told him that it's over at the house. We had a good 29 years, and I wish it could work out. Looks like I finally have to live on my own, ... Sadly, Cody is still helping me by giving me his debit until I can get settled. Oh, and the interview went well today. Oh, and no phone service because Dad canceled it. Parentheses, tough days. And then dated January 25th, 2019.
Now showing you states 188 in evidence. You indicated that the brown leather bag contained a pair of leather gloves.
That's correct.
And did you collect them and submit them for evidence?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's now in evidence is states 203. Can you please open the contents of states 203 and publish to the jury? With permission from the court, I'd like to publish 203 in front of the jury.
You may.
collected these gloves, did you do any kind of testing on them?
I swabbed the inside cuff of the gloves for DNA.
And can you please explain to the jury how you swabbed the inside cuffs?
Same as he swabbed
I
everything
had a
else.
package of 2 swabs that were then opened. They're sterile in the package. I placed a couple drops of distilled water on the swab and then collected it from the inside cuff of both gloves
And what was the purpose of swabbing the gloves?
to obtain a DNA profile.
And did you also submit these gloves for further testing?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you submit them to be tested for the presence of any gunshot residue?
Yes, I did.
And is that what is indicated in states 12B as in Victor?
Yes, it is.
Did you process the hotel room for the presence of any suspected blood?
The hotel room was visually searched for blood with negative results.
Were any weapons located within the room?
No weapons were located in the room.
And how long did it take you to process the hotel room?
Approximately 1 hour.
The state will tender the witness. Cross.
Good morning.
Sir, you indicated you were briefed about this search warrant that you were going to execute, about the circumstances.
Yes,
Okay. You obviously you knew about you processed the Sultan Circle, and you were going to process this hotel room. They were connected, correct?
that's correct.
Was it your understanding? Now you processed the Sultan Circle on 126. Is that right? Or no, 125, right?
125, that's correct.
And you processed this hotel room on 127
No, this was done on the 26th.
the next day.
That's correct.
Were you briefed as to when the last time Grant occupied that hotel room?
No, I was not.
Were you briefed that Grant was at the sheriff's office giving an interview?
Yes, I was.
Were you briefed as to what time that was or what date that was?
I was told he was being interviewed that same day.
And you arrived at the hotel room around a little bit after noon?
Yes, approximately at 12:15 hours.
You had testified that this was the laptop that was lying on the bed. You photographed this, correct?
That's correct.
And then, sir, you also, I think you testified that an investigator opened this for you or produced the screen?
They touched the pad right there that unlocked the screen or
Okay, when you hit the enter button, whatever button they didn't have to do a passcode is what I'm trying to get to.
That's correct.
As we discussed the other day, your duties are to collect any type of evidence of evidentiary value, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this particular circumstance, it might be rather important if you could locate any clothing that would indicate blood or something of that nature.
That's correct.
You said that you swabbed the gloves and you submitted those into evidence. Did you submit any of the other clothing into evidence?
Yes, all the clothing that was in that room was submitted in evidence.
Was any of the clothing, sir, swabbed or anything like that?
No, it was not.
There was no, upon your visual view of those types of, those clothing, you didn't see any blood or anything of that nature?
No suspected blood was observed on the clothing.
Okay. And you said it took about an hour. You did a visual search of the hotel room?
That's correct.
Did you obtain the phone log from the hotel room?
No, I did not.
How about the hotel bill? Did you obtain that?
No, I did not.
Did you go into the safe of the hotel room?
The safe was unlocked. I opened the safe and I photographed inside. There was nothing in the safe.
It was empty.
The safe was empty. That's correct.
Okay. How about all the drawers in the hotel room? Did you go through those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you check the refrigerator? If there was one, I don't know if there was one.
I don't recall if there was a refrigerator
Yes.
there.
How about underneath the bed? Did you look underneath the bed?
I believe it was one of those beds where there was a wood planking,
Yes, sir.
so you couldn't see underneath it.
Okay. How about underneath the mattress? Did you look underneath the mattress?
Yes, the mattress was lifted. There was nothing under the mattress.
Did you obtain anything of evidentiary value from the trash can?
There was one piece of tissue paper that was in the trash can in the bathroom, and that was collected.
That was collected? How about, did you take any latent prints from any glasses or anything like that?
No, the hotel room was not processed for latent fingerprints.
Yes, sir. How about the drains to the shower or the sink? Was that examined at all?
It was examined visually, and there was no suspected blood observed.
How about the towels to the hotel room? Was that collected?
All the towels in the bathroom in the hotel room were collected.
After your execution of this search warrant, did you obtain any evidence that indicated the presence of blood?
No, no blood was observed.
I don't have anything further, Judge. Thank you.
Nice
Redirect.
try. Sound like he did a pretty good job.
I just want to be clear, this hotel room was not the hotel room that the Seminole County Sheriff's Office had paid for Grant Amato to stay at after his interview, correct?
No, it was not.
This is the hotel room that the defendant was located in, is that correct?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, was anyone else occupying the room?
Not to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, was the defendant the only person found there?
That is correct.
So any latents in the room would have been the defendant's?
That is correct.
And who knows who else is?
One moment, Your Honor.
If a maid wasn't thorough when she cleaned the
Members of the
room.
jury, do you have questions of this witness? Write them down. Mr. Rupert, there are some questions that the jury has of you. All right. If you could please put Exhibit 188 on the screen. All right. Now, in Exhibit 188, what are the two medication bottles labeled as, who it's prescribed to, and the contents, if any?
Those two bottles were over-the-counter sleep aid medication. One was Unisom and one was for melatonin.
Did Cody have any other bank accounts other than the USAA Visa and Capital One?
All I know is what those cards were in the card holder.
All right. Were the gloves tested for blood?
The gloves were sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis.
were the insides of the gloves tested for gunpowder residue and or blood?
Well, I had swabbed the inside cuffs of the gloves, and those were sent off to FDLE. And to my knowledge, the outside was only tested for gunshot residue.
All right. Please clarify if we could put I think it's 12B. I think that may be, is it 12B? That would, I think that's mistaken. It says, please clarify what's in the state's exhibit 12B is the swab for gunpowder. I think it was 12V as in Victor, and they may have thought it was 12B. 12B is in Okay. Please clarify what is, if you can show them. Please clarify what is in states 12V as in Victor. Is it a swab for gunpowder?
No, these are the GSR stubs that were collected from the RJ Lee group, and that they were returned to us along with the gloves. So it was GSR stubs that they collected during their analysis.
Was there blood on the gloves?
I did not observe any suspected blood on the outside of the gloves.
Was there any attempt to obtain DNA from the drains?
No, I did not swab the drains for DNA.
Would there have been any value to obtaining DNA from the drains in a hotel?
To my knowledge, only Grant Amato was in the hotel room. So therefore, it would be expected for some of his DNA to be in the drains if he had taken a shower or used the drains.
Any redirect from the state?
Just one question. Mr. Rewatch, what, if you could explain to the jury, what are GSR stubs?
GSR stubs are typically small little collection pads that are sticky. We use them when we collect GSR from people's hands. So I can only testify to the stubs that I know of, which, like I said, are small little collection stubs. They're very sticky at the end, and they're used to try to collect the gunshot residue particles.
And these specific gloves were sent to another laboratory where they conducted their own gunshot residue analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Just one, Judge. Mr. Rewatch, other than the gloves that were sent away or tested for GSR, was any other items of clothing tested for gunshot residue?
No, there was not.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the jury, any more questions? Everyone's shaking their head no. May this witness be excused and released?
Excused, subject to recall.
All right, so again, Mr. Rupert, you're excused, but you are subject to recall. So at this point, you're free to go about your business, but you can't talk about the case and you will be possibly back for recall. All right, thank you. All right, members of the jury, at this point, our next witness is going to be longer, so we're going to take lunch. All right, we're going to come back, and I'd like to start up at 1 o'clock. All right, so if you could come back a few minutes before 1. All right, so at this point, we've got our next witness. Our next witness is here. Everybody can be free to go to lunch. We'll come back if we can start it, be back a few minutes before 1 so we can start right up at 1 o'clock. Okay? You may be seated. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Eric Brothers.
Raise your right hand. Be ready to be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Eric Brothers. ERC,
He spelled his
Mr.
name
Brothers, how are
wrong.
you employed?
I am a crime scene analyst employed by the Seminole County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
Going on 18 years now.
Do you have any prior experience as a crime scene analyst?
Yes, I do. Before starting with Seminole County, I was a crime scene technician with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office for approximately a year and a half.
What are your duties with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office at this time?
As a crime scene analyst, what I'm responsible for is responding to crime scenes and then documenting, collecting, and sometimes processing physical evidence found at crime scenes.
Can you please explain to the jury your training and experience and education in order to become a crime scene analyst?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. In addition to that, I am a certified crime scene investigator with the International Association for Identification, and I have successfully completed over 900 hours of specialized training in various aspects of crime scene investigation.
And have you had continued training while employed at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I have.
I want to draw your attention to January 25th of 2019. Did you respond to the location of 2301 Maitland Center Parkway in Maitland, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was in reference to documenting a subject known as Jason Amato and his vehicle.
Approximately what time did you respond to that location?
I arrived there at approximately 2 p.m.
And to your knowledge, was that location the location where Jason Amato was working?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I began documenting both Mr. Amato and his vehicle as I observed them with notes and photographs, and then additional tasks thereafter.
So you met with Jason Amato?
Yes, I did.
How did you confirm his identity?
From both the investigators on scene as well as Mr. Amato identified himself.
So I want to start with your search of Jason Amato's vehicle. Did you conduct a search of his vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate any items in his vehicle as evidentiary value?
Yes, I did.
Can you please describe for the jury?
I collected a small smoking pipe and a plastic container which held suspected marijuana from his vehicle.
Okay. And when you found those items, what did you do with it?
They were packaged and submitted into our evidence unit.
Did you locate any suspected blood in Jason Amato's vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any weapons in Jason Amato's vehicle?
No, I did not.
And after conducting your investigation of Jason Amato's vehicle, you stated you did a search of Jason Amato himself.
Yes, I did.
Can you please describe that?
Quite simply, I looked at Mr. Amato for any visible injuries, and I also looked at his clothing for any items of evidentiary value, such as suspected blood.
And did you find any items of evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
Did you find any suspected blood?
No, I did not.
You stated you observed Jason Amato for any visible injuries. Did you find any?
No, I did not.
So did you locate any suspected blood on Jason or his hands?
No, I did not.
After completing your investigation at Jason Amato's work and of his car and his person, did you then respond to Jason Amato's home?
Yes, I did.
Was that address in Pleasant Grove in Winter Springs, Florida?
Yes, it was.
And for what purpose did you respond to that location?
To photograph and document his residence and search it for any weapons.
Approximately what time did you respond to that location?
We arrived there at approximately 4:15 p.m.
Can you please describe the investigation you conducted at Jason Amato's house?
I photographed Mr. Amato's house as well as a car in the garage. As I observed them, I then searched his residence for weapons such as guns.
And did you find any weapons?
No.
Did you find any items with suspected blood at Jason Amato's house?
No.
Did you search every room in Jason Amato's house?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything that led to any suspicion of Jason Amato?
No, I did not.
How long did you conduct a search of Jason Amato's home?
I was there approximately 2.5 hours.
And you stated there was a home or a vehicle at the home?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that vehicle?
It was a black Scion XB.
And did you conduct a search of that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find any items of evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
Did you find any suspected blood?
No.
Any weapons?
No.
So during the course of your entire search of Jason Amato, did you locate any blood?
No.
Any weapons?
No.
Now drawing your attention to January 26th of 2019, where you asked to respond to the Seminole County Sheriff's Office located at 100 Esslinger Way in Sanford, Florida.
Yes, I was.
What was that in reference to?
I was actually called twice on that day to respond to the sheriff's office. The first time was to secure a vehicle in our forensic services garage. And the second time was to document and collect evidence from Grant Amato.
So you did meet with a person who became known to you as Grant Amato?
Yes, I did.
And how did he become known to you?
He became known to me when I went to our DIS investigation room, and he was there, and he was identified to me by the investigators already there as Grant Amato.
And the person that was identified to you as Grant Amato, do you see him in the courtroom today?
If I may stand?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. It's the gentleman to my right with the dark suit and what appears to be a dark gray shirt.
Can you see what color tie?
I believe it's purple.
And for the record, is he the person sitting closest to the far wall?
Yes, he is.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. Did you examine the person you've just identified as the defendant, Grant Amato, for any visible injuries?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any visible injuries?
I observed what appeared to be a small abrasion on his left forearm.
Did it appear to be a fresh abrasion or some?
No, it did not.
Okay. So something that might have been there for a while?
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant to submit to a DNA examination?
Mr. Amato, yes. Provide a voluntary DNA sample, and he did.
Okay,
Here
so he
comes
did
trouble.
consent to the DNA sample?
Yes, he did.
Make sure the
Can you
keyboard's
please
off.
explain to the jury how you collected that DNA sample from
I
the
just
defendant?
move it.
I used a prepackaged buccal swab kit, in this case, to collect a DNA sample from Mr. Amato.
Can you please explain to the jury what a buccal swab kit is and how it is used?
A buccal swab kit is basically a non-invasive way of collecting a DNA sample from an individual using sterile cotton swabs.
And what do you do with the sterile cotton swabs?
I rub them on the inside of the cheeks for roughly 10 to 15 seconds, collecting skin cells from the inside of the cheeks.
So you can in fact collect DNA from inside of a person's mouth.
Yes, you can.
After you collected the DNA samples, what did you do?
I photographed Mr. Amato as I observed him, and I collected his clothing.
Nobody wants to see your butt.
And the buccal swabs, did you submit them into evidence for any further testing?
They were submitted into our evidence unit, and they were subsequently submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis.
And you stated you also collected the defendant's clothing that he was wearing when you first met with him.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm showing counsel what's been marked for identification as states 8O, 13C, 13D,
There's an N here
13E,
somewhere.
13F, and 13G for identification. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
I'll start by showing you states 8O. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the unique case number associated with this incident, as well as the unique item number that I gave this particular package. And I recognize my initials on the security seal on the back of the envelope.
And what is this a package of?
This is the buccal swab collection kit that I collected from Grant Amato.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It appears to be, yes, ma'am.
Permission to move 8-0 into evidence as states next.
Any
Hannah, this is your fault. I don't know why or
Pre-marked for
how.
ID as States Exhibit 8-0
But
will
it
be
is.
into evidence as States Exhibit 206 and evidence. I thought we entered the other thing as 205. Then it'll be 205 in evidence.
Now I'm going to show the witness states 13C, 13D, 13E,
No, where's my hit gun?
13F, and 13G. You could please take a look at these exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Starting with 13C, what is that an exhibit of?
13C.
Or
13C are the green scrub bottoms that I collected from Grant Amato.
and are these, is this item in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And moving to 13D, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is that an exhibit of?
This is the green medical scrub top that I collected from Grant Amato.
And is this package in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
13E, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that an exhibit of?
This is Grant Amato's underwear that I collected at that time.
And is that package in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
We don't need to see his underwear.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What is that an exhibit of?
This is a white t-shirt that I collected from Grant Amato. It was underneath the green scrub top.
And is this item in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
And finally, 13G, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it again by the unique case number associated with this incident, as well as my initials, both on the front of the bag and on the security seal on the back of the bag.
And is this item in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
Permission to move states 13C, D, E, F, and G into evidence as states next.
All right. Then what's pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 13C will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 206 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 13D will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 207 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 13E will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 208 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 13F will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 209 in evidence. And what's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 13G will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 210 in evidence.
Of the clothing you collected from the defendant in this case, did you notice any suspected blood?
No, I did not.
You stated you conducted a further investigation in this case when you met with the defendant. Was that of his vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, I'd ask the court to move into, I'm showing states, or the defense 8B. We would ask the court to move into evidence as states next as a self-authenticating document from the DHS-NB.
No objection, Judge.
All right, and that's 8B as in boy. What's been pre-marked for ID as States 8B will be moved into evidence as States 211 in evidence.
Also going to show counsel what's been previously marked for identification as 8C through 8L. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Showing the witness what's been marked as 8C through 8L for identification. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I recognize them to be photographs that I took of the vehicle that was secured in our forensics garage.
And are these photographs fair and accurate of the investigation you conducted of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, they are.
Permission to move 8C through 8L into evidence as states next.
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8C will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 212 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8D will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 213 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8E will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 214 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8F will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 215 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8G will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 216 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8H will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 217 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID, States Exhibit 8I will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 218 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8J will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 219 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8K will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 220 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 8L will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 221 in evidence. Exhibits. 8G is not entered. It is 8H will be then, what's been pre-marked as 8H will be exhibit number 216 in evidence. What's been pre-marked as 8I will be 217 in evidence. What's been pre-marked as 8J will be 218 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as 8K will be 219 in evidence. And what's been pre-marked as 8L will be 220 in evidence.
Mr. Brothers, I'm showing you what's now in evidence as states 213. Is this the vehicle you described to the jury that you conducted an investigation on?
Yes, it is.
I'm also going to show you what's now in evidence. It states 211. This is from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Underneath registrant info, can you please state for the jury what name is listed?
Under registrant info or registration info? I'm sorry. Under registrant info,
Right, yes. Oh, sorry.
the name listed is Grant Amato.
And at the top, does it tell you a vehicle?
At the top, yes, it does.
What vehicle is that?
It appears to be a white Honda four-door.
And is this the same white Honda? Actually, where's the...
Looking for flowers, aren't you? I moved them.
Same white Honda that you in fact did your investigation on at the sheriff's office?
Yes, it is.
Now showing you states 212 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of that same vehicle, just taken from the front driver area of the vehicle.
I'm now showing you what's in evidence of states 214. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph that I took of the front passenger compartment of that vehicle and showing some of the items that were on the front passenger seat as well as in the door and on the floor.
And did you go through all of the items that were in that front passenger seat?
Yes, I did.
Now showing you states 215 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of some of the items on the front passenger seat to include a red folder.
And was this photograph taken after you moved the garment bag out of the way?
Yes, it was.
Did you subsequently collect that red folder in this photograph for evidence?
Yes, I did.
Showing counsel what's been pre-marked as states 8M for identification and states 8G for identification. Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked for identification as states 8G. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
By the unique case number for this incident, the unique item number that I assigned to this incident, as well as my initials both on the front of the bag and on the security seal on the back of the bag.
And what is this an exhibit of?
This is the red folder that we saw in the pictures.
And is this item in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now showing you what's been pre-marked as states 8M. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Again, by that same unique case number, the unique item number that I gave to this item, and my initials again on both the front and the back.
And what is this an exhibit of?
This is an exhibit that contains papers that I collected from this red folder.
And is that item in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
State would move into evidence states 8G and 8M into evidence of states next.
No objection, Judge.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID as 8G will be moved into evidence as 221 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as 8M will be moved into evidence as states 222 in evidence.
search the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as states 14X. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a photograph that I took of that red folder once I opened it up, showing what was inside.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the inside of the red folder?
Yes, it is.
Permission to move states 14X into evidence as states next.
No objection, Judge.
What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 14X will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 223 in evidence.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to publish or open the next exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
Starting with the red folder. And I'm going to show you states 215. If you could please hold up the red folder and publish to the jury. Sure. I'm also going to show you states 223 on the overhead.
What do you think you're
When
doing?
you located the folder, were there contents inside of the
Get
folder?
off my
Yes, there were.
stuff.
And did you collect those contents?
Yes, I did.
If you could, please, you open the package 222?
Yes, I did.
And was that item contained inside the red folder?
It was inside the red folder, yes.
With the court's permission, I would ask you to please read 222 into the record. And at this, simultaneously, I'm going to publish states 216 on the overhead.
You may.
Thank you. It begins, brother, they just told me what happened. Dad told you to pack your shit and get out of his house because you were caught texting that woman again. Grant, I'll take care of all your problems. I just need you back. I can't live without you, brother. I said I'd take care of all your problems at the house, and I have. No one will bother you again regarding this. Just please come home. I can't do this again. If you think I'm part of the problem here, then I've really lost you, and I can't take that loss after everything.
States 217. If you could please publish that portion of the letter.
It reads, there is nothing I can say to change your mind on this. I love you, O22. That's spelled OTOU-TOU. And I wish you felt the same. I was going to come after you again, but what's the point?
You know, it looks like my protocol.
Now I'm going to show you photograph 218 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph I took of the rear driver's compartment of that same white Honda.
And did you collect the items in the backseat of this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
I'm now showing you states 219. What is this a photograph of?
A photograph of that same area, just paying a little bit more attention to the folded pair of jeans that are on the rear drivers.
I'm now showing you what's in evidence of states 220. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the right rear pocket of those jeans, trying to show the contents inside them.
And did you collect the jeans that are depicted in states 220, as well as the contents inside of the jeans?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing council what's been pre-marked as states 13H, 8N, and 13V as in Victor. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Showing the witness what's been marked as states, pre-marked as states 13H. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
By the unique incident number, the unique item number, and my initials on both the front and the back of the bag.
And what is this exhibit?
This is a bag that contains the blue jeans that we've seen in the previous pictures.
And is this item in substantially the same condition as when you collected the evidence?
Yes, it is.
Now I'm going to show you states 8N. So Nancy, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. Yes.
And to your knowledge, was this a part of the contents inside of those blue jeans in 220?
Yes, this was part of the contents that were inside those blue jeans. Yes, ma'am.
And the contents of this package, were they submitted to digital forensics for further analysis?
Yes, they were.
Now showing you states 13V as in Victor. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
By the case number, item number, and my initials.
And what are the contents of this exhibit?
Inside this envelope is one USB thumb drive that I collected from these jeans.
This time the state would ask to move into evidence states 13H and 13V as in Victor into evidence of states next.
No objection, Judge.
All right. As to states exhibit, did you do 8N as well?
No.
Okay. So 13H would be entered into evidence as states exhibit 224 in evidence, which has been pre-marked for ID as states exhibit 13V and Victor would be 225 in evidence.
Did you examine the defendant's vehicle for the presence of any suspected blood?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate any suspected blood?
No, I did not.
Were any weapons located inside the vehicle?
No, there were not.
How long did it take you to process the defendant's vehicle?
I processed the defendant's vehicle over the course of 2 days.
This time the state would tender a witness.
Good afternoon, sir. You've been doing this about 18 years?
Yes, sir.
So you processed a lot of crime scenes?
Over the years, yes, I have.
Okay. How many triple homicides?
I believe at least 2, possibly 3.
Okay. This is a pretty big deal, triple homicide, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now you were not involved in the processing of 2112 Salton Circle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you processed this car on the 26th, I believe? Is that right? Or 20? I'm sorry. The car, I'm sorry, Grant Amato's car.
The car was processed by me on the 30th and 31st.
30th and 31st.
Yes, sir.
Now, in your experience, even though this was, I think, 5 days, if blood evidence, any blood was, say, left on the carpet or any surface, even though the 5 days had passed, it would still be retrievable.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it can be done, it can be retrieved by you by, like, the DNA swab or other methods?
Yes, it can.
Now, I assume that you were briefed about the circumstances at 2112 Salton Circle?
To an extent, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you told that Mr. Amato had been arrested for this crime?
Arrested? No, sir.
Yet, on 1:30, you did not know that Mr. Amato had been arrested?
Honestly, no.
Okay. Did you know that he was a suspect?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Well, duh. That's why
I
he
know
was
that makes
processing
a
the
difference whether or
car.
not you're in jail, but nevertheless, that does lay a lot of importance on this vehicle, doesn't it?
It does.
Was it your understanding from being briefed that and I don't want to assume Grant did this, whoever did this, probably went from the crime scene in the house straight to this vehicle?
It's possible, yes, sir.
That would be a pretty reasonable assumption.
Yes, it would.
I don't want you to speculate, sorry. But nevertheless, this car was probably entered into by a suspect right after a crime was committed.
Yes, sir, quite possibly.
Did you ever see pictures of the crime scene?
A few, yes.
Had you seen those few pictures before you processed this car?
I saw several photographs during a homicide briefing that was conducted at the sheriff's office, yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be helpful for you to understand what exactly you might be looking for in that car, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think probably number one thing to look for would be any evidence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's say start out with the door handles of the car. Were they ever swabbed for blood?
The interior driver's door handle was swabbed, but that was the only door handle.
That was what?
That was the only door handle.
Okay.
That was swabbed.
The outside door handle was not?
Correct.
Is there any reason why?
At the time, we were asked to basically examine the car for the presence of blood and any weapons and to collect any items that were in the car. And I processed the vehicle for blood using a chemical called Blue Star.
So if I'm showing you this, this is the passenger side. However, that would be like the door handle you would have swabbed for blood?
On the driver's side.
On the driver, yeah, I'm showing you the passenger.
On the passenger side, yes, sir.
I don't think we have a picture of the driver's side. But nevertheless, you did process the driver's side handle.
I swabbed the interior handle, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I know this is the passenger side, but I assume, I don't want to assume, but the driver's side would probably have a floor mat too?
Yes.
Okay. Was that floor mat removed?
No, it was not.
How was it processed for blood?
I examined it first with a white light, looking for any obvious red-brown stains. I then used a green light to look at that same area because blood absorbs green light, so any suspected blood would appear dark on that floor mat. And then I sprayed that chemical called Blue Star. And with Blue Star is a presumptive test for the presence of blood, and any suspected blood, as well as some additional materials, will glow or luminesce if it's present.
Did you did you take the floor mat out and spray it, or did you just spray it when it was in?
I sprayed it on the floor mat inside the car.
So it was never removed?
Correct.
Did you check underneath the floor mat and spray that?
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
And why is that?
Well, quite simply, I didn't. I did not swap.
I understand. You didn't get it.
Didn't.
Now, how about, though, wouldn't it have been maybe more thorough if you had removed the floor mat, sent it off, or go take it back to your lab and examine it more closely?
It's possible, yes, sir. But I felt that with both the examination using the white light, the green light, and the blue star, that between those three different methods of examining for blood, I felt that if something was there, it more than likely would have appeared.
How about the steering wheel, sir? Did you swab that?
I swabbed the steering wheel as well as collected the steering wheel cover.
Okay, that was collected?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the gear shifter? Was that examined?
The gear shifter was swabbed for genetic material, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the seats appear to be cloth seats, is that right?
Yes.
Were those swabbed, Mr. Brothers?
The seats were not, no.
Okay, and why is that?
Again, that when I felt that with the same methods that I had mentioned before, that if I was looking for suspected blood in this car, that they would have appeared
from the spray,
from either the spray or from one of the two lights that I used.
Okay, because I mean, when you're talking about blood and somebody's at a place, they're walking, and they picked up just a little bit of blood, it could be transferred to something such as the car seat, correct?
It's possible.
This is based on study. And it could be a small speck, not visible to the eye.
Yes, it's possible.
And that's why you have the spray and things of that nature.
Correct.
But nothing came up.
Nothing came up.
How about the center console? Did you process that?
I do, with the lights and the chemicals, yes, but I do not believe I swabbed it for.
Once again, nothing came up then?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I noticed that there was a red tape on the trunk. That would be, red tape would be evidence tape, correct?
Yes.
Right there. And that's evidence tape right there.
Yes, it is.
Now, did you go inside that trunk?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was in there?
A lot of clothing as well as shoes and other items.
How about the shoes? Did you collect the shoes?
I collected the shoes.
Did you process the shoes?
I examined the shoes for suspected blood, yes.
Was that again with the spray?
Not the spray, just the two lights.
The two lights. And what was the results of that?
No suspected blood observed.
Thank you, sir. Was there anything else in the trunk that was processed?
Besides the actual trunk itself,
yes,
the actual carpet that was in the trunk, yes, I did examine that with the lights and the chemical spray, and they were also negative.
Okay. How about the car? Was the car equipped? It looks like it might have had a radio in it. Some knobs. Was that examined at all?
It was examined with the lights and the spray, yes, sir.
And no presence of blood there?
No presence of blood.
Now, how about the gas pedal and the foot pedal, sir? Was that processed?
That was included with the spray, yes, sir.
Okay. And in your experience, that might be a really prime spot where you might locate blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, if somebody had walked through blood or something, and they walked to the car, that would be a really good source, like the foot pedals and brake pedals?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, what was the results of that testing?
I did not observe anything.
How about the sun visors on top? Was that processed at all?
I do not recall.
Okay. Were the window buttons, like on the side, on the driver's side, was that processed, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Any indication of blood there?
No.
Did you examine underneath both seats of the car?
As far as I could without removing them, yes, sir.
Okay. Anything of evidentiary value under there?
No.
How about but we typically would say like vents, like right here. Were those examined at all?
I examined them as well as sprayed them, yes.
And how about this garment bag with the hanger up there? Was that examined?
I examined it with the lights, yes, sir.
Okay. And the rocker panels right here on the driver's side or the passenger side, was that processed?
Yes, they were.
Any presence of blood there?
No.
The red folder, was that processed at all?
No.
It was not? How about the pen inside the folder?
No, it was not.
Here we have the jeans, and this is a close-up of the same jeans, correct?
Yes.
Was that processed at all to see if there's any blood there?
I examined them with the lights and did not observe any suspected blood.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you did a very thorough job of processing this vehicle, and through that whole process, you did not find any presence of blood there.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brothers.
Any redirect?
Just one question. If a person did not walk in blood, would they leave blood within the car?
Not necessarily, no.
If they didn't touch any blood, would you expect to find blood in the car?
No, it would not.
So if they didn't walk in blood, you would not expect to find blood in the car?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right. Y'all approach. All right, Mr. Brothers has some questions for you. First, were the insides of the shoes found in the trunk examined for suspected blood? If so, what were the results?
Again, using those same two different lights, the white and the green, and I did not observe anything that appeared to be suspected blood inside them.
Was the black pants or black shirt recovered from was there black pants or black shirt recovered from the car?
I believe so, yes, ma'am, but I would have to refer to my notes to confirm that.
Your memory?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
All right, look at the notes and then let me know when you're done, and then I can ask if your memory's refreshed.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
All right, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is.
All right, was there black pants or black shirt recovered from the car?
There was a pair of black pajama bottoms that were recovered from a garbage bag in the trunk. Yes.
All right. Was it confirmed that Cody wrote the note in the red folder?
I do not know.
Again, this one same to the same note. Did Grant explain how the note states 222, I believe, presumably written by Cody, came to be in his possession in his car?
No, ma'am, not to me.
Does it appear the handwriting in the note in the car and handwriting in the note found in the DoubleTree hotel room are similar?
Well, for one thing, I'm not a handwriting expert, but in addition to that, I've never seen that note from the DoubleTree, so unfortunately, I can't answer that.
Is it common to find such notes?
To find such notes in a car, and yes, it's we find notes all the time in cars and houses, in wallets, etc.
Please define abrasion for us.
Abrasion is really
A scrape.
superficial damage to the skin. So you're not talking about like a deep cut. You're not talking about
It's a
even necessarily
scrape.
a bruise. It's just some type of very, very slight superficial damage to the skin that appears, normally just appears red.
Was the stationery of the note, Exhibit 222, the same as the note found in the Hotel 185?
Unfortunately, I don't know. I've not ever seen anything from the hotel room.
How much blood is needed for Blue Star to glow?
Well, with Blue Star, basically what you're talking about is that at a minimum detection level, you're looking at roughly 1 part blood per 10,000 parts of something else. So Blue Star is designed to look for primarily diluted samples, not like big red blood drops. So Blue Star is designed to look for very, very small amounts of blood. So the threshold is roughly 1 in 10,000.
Was there any GSR test done on the car?
No.
Steering wheel or the driver's seat?
The steering wheel cover was collected in part in case it needed to be tested for gunshot residue in the future. However, I don't know whether or not that was actually done.
And the driver's seat?
The driver's seat, no, ma'am.
All right. Any questions based on those questions? State.
One judge. Is there any GSR testing of any of the items belonging to Jason Amato?
I collected a gunshot residue kit from Jason Amato's hands, but I do not recall if it was actually ever sent off for analysis.
Thanks.
To your knowledge, why was the gunshot residue or the kit? Now, can you explain how you conducted the gunshot residue kit from Jason Amato?
Yes. The gunshot residue kit is a prepackaged kit, just like the buckle swab kit. And there are 2 small plastic discs inside it. And they're very, very, very sticky. And what we do is that we take those discs, those subs, and we dump all over a person's hands. So the fingers, the palms in between, etc. And we do 1 sub per each hand. And those sticky subs, what happens is that if you're looking for gunshot residue particles, those particles will hopefully stick to that sub and be able to be observed under a scanning electron microscope.
And you did that to Jason Amato?
Yes, I did.
And was that sent for further testing?
To my knowledge, no, ma'am.
And why not?
Because based on the information that I was given, that he was not considered to be a person of interest in the case.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any more questions from any members of the jury? All right, may this witness be excused and released. All right, so you're excused, Mr. Brothers. You're free to go about your business, but you're not released from your subpoena, so you still can't talk to anyone regarding the case. All right, thank you. All right, State, if you can call your next witness.
Michelle Kennedy.
Ms. Kennedy, if you could please come forward, raise your right hand, be ready to be sworn. If you could turn off your phone.
No.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God. Yes.
Go up to the witness stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Kennedy. How are you?
All right, yourself?
I'm doing well, thank you. Please tell us your name. Can you speak up, please?
My name is Janelle Kennedy. I work for Securitas. We are.
I'm sorry. Can you spell your name, your first and last name, please?
First name is Janelle, last name is Kennedy, Kennedy.
Okay, now, what do you do for an occupation?
I'm a site supervisor for security at CVS Health.
And what company do you work for? What's it called?
Securitas.
And tell the jury what is Securitas? What type of
security companies, different contracts. So inside the mall, call centers, maybe a hospital, schools, so different things like that. We're patrolling the perimeters and everyone inside the building.
So you provide security?
Yes.
And you contract with various companies and entities?
Yes.
And I think you may have mentioned this, but one of the companies that you contract with is CVS?
Yes, CVS Health.
And where do you actually work out of? Where do you work?
At CVS Health in Orlando, Florida. It's a call center.
Okay. And specifically, what is your title?
Site supervisor.
And specifically, what are your duties over there?
Overseeing the building, not only my staff, but the entire building, make sure everyone's following protocol, using their badges to enter in the building and throughout the building, filling out any incident reports.
And where is the CVS building located in, or is it in Orlando?
It's 9310 South Park Center Loop, Orlando, Florida. It's off of John Young Parkway.
Now, do you know of a person named Chad Amato?
Yes, I found out who he was.
Now, who is Chad Amato?
He was a pharmacist at CVS Health, worked on the 3rd floor.
So he worked in the building that you supervised over as far as security?
Yes.
And specifically, now you weren't his supervisor, you weren't his employer, you just provided security at the building.
Yes.
But do you know what did Chad Amato do at that particular location?
He was a call center, so more so dealing with prescriptions over the phone. You might as well say like getting the orders out, making sure refilling. He was on the 3rd floor, so they had their own department area where he sat at, little section.
He was a call-in pharmacist?
Call-in pharmacist.
Showing Mr. Shapiro states 10Z for identification. Man, first witness. Let me show you what's been marked as 10Z for identification. I ask you to look at this document.
Okay.
You recognize 10Z for identification, what that document is?
Yes, I do.
And would you please tell the jury what is 10Z for identification?
This is Chad's badge report for the day when he last worked at CVS Health Orlando.
And just so we're clear, you say his badge report?
His badge report. What is badge report? Where when all employees are required to have a badge when they enter the building, so they swipe. That swipe, their badge tracks them each place where they go. So from entering to the door, the turnstiles, the hallway, elevators. So that's how they can keep track of all the employees.
And what day is that for?
January 24th,
2019.
2019. Mm-hmm.
And that particular document is that document kept in the course of the regularly conducted business of Securitas?
We have the core records from corporate security, which is a part of Securitas. So yes.
And is it the normal, regular practice of Securitas to generate or create that document if it's needed?
Yes, it is.
I don't know that attendance is a state's exhibit.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID as 10Z will be moved into evidence as 220. 226.
All right, Ms. Kennedy, I'm going to put this up on the overhead. We'll zoom in and tell me, starting from the bottom column, that each column is differentiated by gray and then white, gray, white, gray, white. The very bottom column, and you know, I have a laser pointer over there. Yes. Maybe easier. Can you first of all, can you see it?
I can see it.
On the very bottom column, the gray column going across, can you explain to us, first of all, the left side of that? What does that show?
As far as the date and time?
Yeah, just basically the information that's contained on that bottom gray column.
It's the date and time, but you'll see it's 2 different time zones. So the Eastern time zone is what we go by. So the 6:46 that you see will be when Chad arrived at the building. He scanned his bags outside.
Okay, and that's my next question. Where was that badge scanned?
Outside of the building, the main entrance.
That was 6:46, 49 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, then the column right above that, what does that show?
That shows once he entered the building, he scanned his bags again on the turnstiles.
And where's the turnstiles in relationship to the front door, or the doors that he entered?
Right in front, pretty much like 10 feet, if that's less than that. So if they walk in, they badge, they scan in, they walk a few feet, and the turnstile's right there.
And that's the reason why it's 6 seconds different? You
Yes.
see 49 seconds and 55 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, what about the column above that where it says 6:47 a.m.?
That's where afterwards he walks down the hall, and to get into that area, he scanned his badge.
Okay, go ahead. The column above that where it says 6:47?
That's how he's walking across the collaboration area. He goes inside another door where he scans his badge. To go up the stairwell, and then you see 6:48 is when he arrives at the 3rd floor stairwell, which is.
And then, go ahead. The one
When
above.
it's 7:05, he must have went downstairs for something, not sure. And then the last one, at 4:32 p.m. is where it shows him leaving.
Well, let me ask you, it says 7:05, I'm going down to where it says 7:05, 08 a.m.
Right.
That shows him going downstairs to the first floor?
Down to the first floor.
And then just,
a few seconds later, he's back upstairs. He went right back upstairs.
okay. And then up until, from that point on until the afternoon, no scanning at all?
He may have stood up at his desk or went to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor or something like that. But
nothing that involves scanning?
No, nothing involves scanning.
Okay, and then in the very top column, the last column on the top there.
4:32 p.m. That shows him leaving the building. Or he scanned his badge to get out and walk through the collaboration area to go out the side door.
And that was at 4:32, 33 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Kennedy, is there a surveillance system in your in that building? Cameras?
Yes, there is.
And as the supervisor of security, are you familiar with how that system works and where the various cameras are?
Yes, I am.
Can you give us a sense of where the surveillance cameras are?
It's throughout the building and outside the building. So you got internal and external. Inside, as far as cameras, it's over 60 cameras inside the building.
Now, on the January 24th, 2019, were there any issues or problems with the surveillance system?
No.
Working properly?
They were working fine.
Now, at some point after January 24th, 2019, did members of the Seminole County Sheriff's Office speak with you about this particular case?
Yes, they did.
And did they request surveillance video of the inside of the building for the day of January 24th, 2019?
Yes, they did.
And were you able to locate it?
Yes, I was.
And was that provided to the Seminole County Sheriff's?
Yes, it was.
And actually, did that surveillance video include not only the interior, but a shot of the parking lot at the end of the day?
Yes, you see me walking to his car.
Showing counsel 10Y for identification. I've wrote the witness on it. Let me show you this tape. Did you provide a copy of the surveillance video to the sheriff's office?
I gave them different clips of the footage to check throughout the day where I can see him coming in the morning until he gets to his desk, and then in the evening when he walks out the building to his car, you see him putting something inside his car, then he goes to his driver's side. He sits in his car for a while, and then he eventually pulls off a few minutes later.
Your Honor, can we approach the moment, please?
Okay, at this point, what we can do is, if you want to show, well, she's still there, that way there's no discussion, the court can assure there's no discussion, so you just go from there, okay? All right, we'll take 10-minute recess otherwise. When do you anticipate finishing your case?
Monday's Geraldine and Nicholas. On my end, it's going to take maybe, like I said, 3 hours-ish. Go through all of it, maybe a little more. I imagine who's crossing you or Jen? How long are you going to be crossing? Worst case scenario, everything comes in.
More than an hour, I would think.
Like an hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
No more than that.
All right.
So you got Geraldine,
1,
Nicholas, you
2,
got 4
3,
hours.
4, 5, 8.
All right, and then, so you got them 4 hours, are your other witnesses long or short?
Short. The toolbox guy. He won't be long for me. He'll be probably an hour and change for me.
Probably more than an hour.
Maybe a couple hours on him. DNA.
An hour, maybe a little bit more than an hour.
How long for the defense?
45 minutes.
Okay, so let's say 2 hours for them. All right, how long?
And the medical examiner, hour. More than that.
Is that on Monday?
I doubt it. Not Monday. I doubt on Monday.
Yeah, maybe 90 minutes.
Defense?
30 minutes.
Okay, so 2 hours for them.
Then the GSR person.
How long GSR?
Maybe 40 minutes.
Probably say for an hour or most.
All right, so call it 1.5
Oh,
hours.
and there are other witnesses that we don't know. We're considering, we haven't decided.
6, 7. You're definitely going to be done then probably going into Tuesday and done by probably the end of Tuesday.
Depending on how.
So we're going into Wednesday then for possible, because it depends, my understanding, how witness. What if they put on their.
We have several witnesses.
Pardon?
We have several witnesses.
How many witnesses does this defense have? I'm just asking, okay, so you'll probably take more all Wednesday. I'm asking because we need to tell the jury, because we originally told them one date. So I want them knowing before they leave here today that they'll be going longer than the original date we told them in 1 year. All right? Okay, all right. Can you radio, Marcy? You may be seated. All right, you may be seated.
Ms. Kennedy, let me start a little bit over and start asking this. On January 24th of 2019, was the surveillance system at your location working properly?
Yes, it was.
Any issues, problems at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And was it maintained correctly in storing the data and information?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as state's 10-wide for identification and brochure. Let me ask you to look at that. And do you know what that DVD is, that disc?
Yes, it's the footage of chat.
Okay, have you just looked at that?
Yes, I have.
And what is depicted on that CD or on that disc?
You see Chad entering the building that morning. From him going through the turnstiles, walking down the hall, coming to the third floor, and walking to his desk. And then the very end of it, you see him walking out the building, walking to his car. When he gets to his car, he goes to the passenger side, puts his bag in the car, comes back around, gets in his car. He sits there for a while. Then eventually he drives off. You see him pulling off.
And the various locations that are depicted on that video, obviously you're familiar with all those locations?
Yes.
And is that the video that you retrieved when the sheriff's office came and spoke with you and asked you to retrieve video for the day of January 24th, 2019?
Yes, it is.
Prior to that, attendance as state's exhibit.
Any objection?
None.
All right, it's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit. What's it been marked as? 14. Pardon? 10 line. Will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 226. 7. Thank you.
May I play with you? And what I'm going to do, Ms. Kennedy, is I'm going to play it within the various parts of the stop. Like, for instance, we can stop right now. What is this showing?
to the west side.
Okay. And is this entering the building in the morning?
Yes, and by the lobby were sitting security desks.
And when we talked about that document, the time, the badge records before, would you have to scan to go through those front double doors?
Yes, he has to scan to come inside the building, and then you see there in the video, he's scanning the turnstile to walk through.
And where is this location now?
This is the hallway behind the security desk where he's walking. And then you get to the door, there's a little, can't really see it, but there's a scan where he'll scan his badge to enter into that doorway.
And this is still in the morning on his way to work?
Yes, he's at work inside the building going to his desk.
And now where is this location?
On the third floor, in the middle side of the building.
And this is the area where video works?
He's walking towards the area. This is the stairway that's closest to his area.
And this particular area right here?
To his desk. This is pretty much walking to his desk. Walking to his desk, still third floor. It just comes out the stairway, is walking around the corner.
And obviously that's his workstation?
That's his workstation. That's what he said.
Now, can you see them in the reflection now coming in?
Yes.
And what is this? What are we looking at now?
This is the north side of the building. He's exiting the north double doors.
This is at the end of the day?
At the end of the shift, yes.
And that was Chad?
That was Chad.
And now what are we doing?
You see Chad walking across the parking lot, still on the north side of the building. He's parked in the very corner. Let's see.
Is that him on the top of the screen there?
Right here, yeah. You see him walking to his car right here.
Get that look off your face.
Puts his bag in. Then you see him walk back around.
And he sits in the car for
He sits in for a few minutes, and then eventually he pulls off. You see, he's
Backing out.
backing out. You see him drive off.
I have no further questions.
Defense?
No questions, Judge.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions? Write it down. All right. Ma'am, some of our jurors have questions of you. Are employees allowed to have their personal phones at work, or is there a restriction on personal cell use while in the building?
They can have their phones at work, but their phone has to be put away because of the type of information that they are dealing with, as far as patient's name, address, social security number, credit card information. So if their phones are there, they have to keep it inside their desk. They cannot be out.
To your knowledge, are employees allowed to have firearms on the premises, including their vehicles?
No, they're not allowed.
All right. And the last question was regarding the video. And rather than ask the witness at something, then the court will just allow to the view of the video at this time to answer the question. And the question for the record was whether or not Chad had a gun and gun holster clipped to his belt in the video.
No. He had a bottle underneath.
I'm not asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, any questions based on those questions for the state?
No.
Any questions based on those questions for the defense?
Just briefly, Judge. You said no firearms were allowed on the premises, seating in the building?
They shouldn't have it on them at all, whether inside or outside, or in a car or anything.
So they're prohibited from having a firearm in their vehicle?
That's the law, but if they do, that's not, we don't go that far in depth to searching cars or anything like that.
Okay. My question is for company policy, not the law.
No, it's not allowed for company policy now.
For the parking lot?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Members of the jury, any more questions? All right, may this witness be excused and released?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're excused and released from your stand. Next witness.
Paul Shanks.
Sir, if you can come forward, raise your hand, and be ready to be sworn.
Tommy swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, and we'll stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Schatz. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Please tell us your name.
Paul Schatz.
And would you please spell your first name and last name?
Paul, P-A-U-L, Schatz, S-C-H-A-T-Z.
And Mr. Schatz, what is your occupation?
Currently the manager of violation enforcement, special tolling projects at Central Florida Expressway Authority.
And how long have you worked with the Central Florida Expressway Authority?
For over 12 years.
And tell the jury what your position encompasses the duties.
Oversee non-payment on the roads, deal with customer service, phone representatives, law enforcement officers, image review clerks.
And what, if you can give the explanation to the jury, what is the Central Florida Expressway Authority?
So we're a government agency brought about to construct, maintain, and operate a system of toll roads throughout the Central Florida region.
And in your position, do you have access to and control over Central Florida Expressway Authority's business records, including EPEX records?
Yes.
I'm showing defense counsel 11A for identification, of B for identification, of C for identification. May I approach the witness? Let me show you what's been marked as 11A for identification, B, 11B for identification, 11C for identification. Can you please look at those documents? You recognize that?
Yes.
And please tell the jury what are those documents?
They are EPAS transponder transactions.
And for particular individuals?
Yes, yes.
And please tell the jury for whom are they?
All right, 11A is for Chad Amato, 11B for Cody Amato, and 11C is for Mr. Grant Amato.
Now, were these records made or generated at or near the time of the events that are in fact reflected in the records?
Yes.
Were they made in the course of regularly conducted business at the Central Florida Expressway Authority?
Yes.
It's a regular practice of the authority to generate these type of records.
Yes.
I offer these into evidence as existence.
No objection, Judge.
All right, with pre-marked for ID, State's Exhibit 11A will be moved into evidence, State's Exhibit 228. In evidence, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 229, and what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11C will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 230.
Let me put up State's Exhibit 228 on the overhead, and that's for Grant Amato. And I just want to ask you some questions about that. And what I'm really focusing on is the data or the entries that are for January 24th.
Sure.
Chronologically is the data that's represent events chronologically from the bottom going on up.
Yes.
So starting with the column, and actually, well, you see the column, the first entry going from bottom up. For January 24, 2019, the entry that has 6:20:28 a.m.
Yes.
Can you go across that column going horizontally and explain to the jury what each column means?
Sure. The transaction date time, self-explanatory when the vehicle went through the tolling facility. Posted is when it actually hit the pass account. Location was Dean, Main, Toll Plaza, Lane 6. ABI.
Sure. Lane 6, which direction would that be going in? Lane 6?
Westbound.
Towards downtown Orlando?
Correct.
Okay. Continue. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Type ABI was a valid transaction read. Amount, the electronic rate, toll type E, rather than B for violation. Balance is the current running balance of the e-pass account. Transponder is what the transponder ID that was in the vehicle, and tracking numbers is something we have internally.
Okay. Now the next column going up, and you know what I would really focus on now is really the date and time, the plaza, and the direction of the vehicle. So the next entry going up is 6:27:18.
This reminds me, I got to put money on my e-pass account.
Current Fort Main, that's on State Road 417, so heading southbound.
And is that going towards downtown Orlando?
It's actually towards the airport.
Okay.
But you can, eventually it goes, so this is going south, it'll eventually go west if you kept going with 417.
Okay. Then the next entry above that shows 6:38 a.m. 02.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, I should have read that earlier. So the vehicle traveled southbound on State Road 417 and then continued, got onto State Road 528 and went westbound. That's actually Sunpass's facility, not ours.
Okay. Now let me have you jump up to the first entry for January 24th in the afternoon. And the column that has 4:45:24 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. Again, that's some passes. I'm guessing that's on the opposite direction. Because it's opposite lane 2, lane 3. I'm guessing it's going the opposite way. So I heading eastbound on State Road 528.
Which column are we talking about now?
Well, the one on January 24th at 4:45:24 p.m.
Okay, so that was posted on January 25th?
Correct, because it's a SUMPAS system, so we share files that usually overnight. So they went through at 4:45. However, it hit the pass account and posted side. So that's when they sent us that transaction.
Okay. And now let me take you up to the entry for January 24th. That's 4:55:09 p.m.
That's actually not a transaction.
What is that?
It's just a Beltway discount. It's something that we do for specifically free pass customers, the amount of usage.
Okay. The next entry on January 24th, 4:57:22 p.m. Can you tell us about that?
There it is. So it said January 24th, 4:57:22. Went through the current 4 main, so that's State Road 417 northbound.
And that's what my question is.
Yes.
Lane 11 indicates northbound?
Yep.
And then the very top entry, January 24th at 5:02:22 p.m.
That's continuing on State Road 408 heading eastbound.
And that's the Dean Road Toll Plaza?
Correct.
And the eastbound would be away from downtown Orlando?
Correct.
Let me show you stage 229. And let me ask you the same questions I did for Grant Amato. These are Cody Amato's e-pass records?
Correct.
And once again, going from bottom to top, that's the events that are listed chronologically from bottom to top?
Sure. So we start out on January 24th, 2019, 5:59:32 a.m. It was like heading westbound, going through Dean Main Lane 7.
And once again, that's the direction of downtown Orlando?
Yes.
And then at 6:04:32 a.m.?
Continuing on State Road 408 westbound, went through Conway Main Lane 10, which is westbound heading towards downtown at 6:04:32 a.m.
Okay. And now, the very next entry is in the evening, correct?
Yep.
And tell us about the entry that is for January 24th, 9:31:45 p.m.
That is heading away from downtown, heading eastbound on State Road 408, going through Conway Main Lane 12.
Once again, away from downtown Orlando?
Yes.
And then the very top entry?
Continuing away from downtown on January 24th, 2019 at 9:36:21 p.m. Went through Dean Main, Lane 11, Toll Plaza.
And once again, eastbound going away from downtown Orlando?
Yes.
And let me ask you, the 408, is that also commonly known as the East-West Expressway?
Yes.
Now let me.
She's got a lot of hair. I got 4 more to go. I'm so tired of making hair.
Let me show you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit 230, transaction records for Grant Amato. On for January 25th, 2019. Once again, from bottom to up, that's the way, that's chronologically the events. from the bottom column going up towards the top?
Sure. So starting out, heading westbound, January 25th, 2019 at 7:33:25 a.m. Going through Dean Main, Mainline Toll Plaza, Lane 7.
And that's westbound?
Correct.
And then explain the entry for, this is all for January 25th. Explain the entry at 10:51:23 a.m.
I'm sorry, which one? The next one?
Next to the bottom, the 10:51:23 a.m.
So that's 10:51:23 a.m. They went through Dean Main, Lane 10, heading eastbound. I'll say we're 408.
So the bottom entry is going westbound, and the top.
Yes. So almost came off at the non-tolling point between a 3-hour period.
And headed back east. Lane 10 is that going eastbound?
Correct. Yes.
And then now the entry for 12:39:28 p.m.
Sure. On January 25th, 2019, 12:39:28 p.m., vehicle headed through Dean Main Toll Plaza, Lane 7, heading westbound on State Road 408.
Tell us about the column 12:44:41 p.m.
Sure, that's shortly after the previous transaction, continuing westbound on State Road 408 towards downtown at 12:44:41 p.m. Transaction occurred at Conway Mainline Plaza, Lane 7.
Now, what about the entry right above that? That's 1:37:12 p.m.
That is getting on at Summerun eastbound, State Road 408, heading eastbound at 1:37:12 p.m.
And I'm sorry, what direction was that?
Eastbound.
It's going away from downtown Orlando?
Yes.
And now, the entry for 1:41:17 p.m.
That's continuing on State Road 408, heading eastbound. Went through the Dean Mainline Toll Plaza, Lane 11 at 1:41:17 p.m. on January 25th, 2019.
And once again, that's going away from downtown Orlando?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Showing you. It's been marked as. Sorry. And this exhibit, State's Exhibit 228. It looks like right here, what you say, that's just a notation where it gives a special discount?
Correct.
Okay. Down here, we have 12/19/2018, and the next entry is 1/21/2019. So that would indicate there's been no activity on the account for almost a month.
Correct.
Or actually a little over a month.
Mhm.
No activity, correct?
Right.
Great. Thank you very much, sir.
Mhm.
No.
Any questions, members of the jury, of this witness? Write it down. Cimarron Boulevard runs north and south. What part of Orlando does it go eastbound?
The actual ramp goes eastbound. Cimarron north and south. It's eastbound ramp. So it's running parallel to the four-way. It's just called that because it's off Cimarron.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Stone?
I do.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Dowdy?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Any other questions, member of the jury? All right, may this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. You're excused and you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go. State may call the next witness.
A bunch of these questions seem so irrelevant to me.
Come forward, sir. You're still under oath as you weren't released from your subpoena.
Oh, yay.
Have a seat. All right, you may proceed.
Investigator Anderson, let me approach your honors. Let me show you what's already been introduced in the evidence of say 222. And just ask you if you recognize, look at the front and back. You recognize that?
I did.
And I'm going to put it on the other head. During your interview, and we understand it was a very long interview and a lot of information. During your interview, did the defendant, Grant Amato, did you ask him about that letter?
I don't believe on the first day, the 26th, I don't believe we had this letter in our possession at that point. There was a subsequent interview, I believe, at his hotel where this note had come up.
Okay, and what did you ask him about this letter when it was discovered?
I asked him to explain it to me.
And what was his response?
Basically, he told me that he had a meeting with his brother and he had memorialized their conversation in this letter.
In other words, did he tell you that he wrote that letter?
He did.
And did you ask him why it was written in the first person? In other words, as it was written, as if Cody had written it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was his response?
His explanation was he was writing this letter to memorialize the conversation he had with his brother, which drew my concern.
But he admitted to you that he wrote that letter?
He said he wrote that letter, yes, sir.
And I'm also showing you the back, including the back of it?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. No further questions.
Any questions from members of the jury? No questions. All right, may this witness be excused and released, or still just excused?
Possible to recall.
All right, again, sir, you're excused, but otherwise you're free to go about your business and you're still subject to recall. All right. Members of the jury, at this time, we're going to break for the day. The next witness would take us past the 5 o'clock hour, so we are going to break. We've been going for a long week as well, so I'm sure you all can use a break, and I know the attorneys have been working hard and they can use it as well. I do, based upon the circumstances, we're going to be going into Wednesday, so I wanted to let you all know, so that way you can be prepared for it. We can, and I'll have some more discussions with the parties after you guys leave to make sure, as far as if we're going to even go further than that, but we're definitely going to be going into Wednesday. All right, so I wanted you all to be prepared and if you can make whatever arrangements just in case. And otherwise, again, remember, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't look up anything over the internet or otherwise. You guys got a weekend away from the court. Don't avoid the news. Don't look on the news. And if there's any type of news brief coming up regarding the case, change the channel. And remember, just tell everybody that you're before Judge Rex Siedler or courtroom 5D on a jury, and that's it. Otherwise, have a wonderful weekend. Morning too, so please be here at 8:15. Thank you.
Just one brief issue. I don't know if Mr. Turner is going to testify today, but when he proffered his testimony last week, he made a statement that Grant has a history of stealing.
That would be excluded. And you can instruct him of that. All right. Other than that, you said the witnesses are present. If we could please have them brought into the courtroom. Who's your first witness? Okay, so have investigator Bly brought in. And then you can get the jury. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone had a good weekend. And everyone stayed, of course, away from the news at this point. We are going, the state still continuing their case, so the state may call their next witness.
Investigator Bly.
Raise your right hand. You may proceed. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Good morning. My name is Geraldine Bly, B-L-A-Y.
Where do you currently work?
I am a deputy sheriff at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been at the sheriff's office?
Since April 2014.
Now, you're a sworn law enforcement officer.
I am.
Certified.
Yes, I am.
Do you have any education besides the police academy?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury your background and education that's not police academy?
Yes. I have a bachelor's degree in general science with minors in mathematics and computer science from the University of Puerto Rico. I also have a master's degree in digital forensics from the University of Central Florida.
And now can you tell us about the training that you had to complete in order to become a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I attended 770 hours of the Law Enforcement Academy at Seminole State College.
And what are your current assignments at the Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned as an investigator in our digital forensics unit.
When were you first assigned to the digital forensics unit?
September 2016.
And you said digital forensics. Are you a digital forensics examiner?
I am.
And what are the duties of a digital forensics examiner?
So we investigate and analyze all different kinds of electronic devices, such as cell phones, hard drives, thumb drives, even infotainment systems in cars.
Now, can you tell the jury the training that you have to complete in order to handle and examine computer devices?
Yes. As far as certifications, I am a CFC, which stands for Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. Certified Computer Forensics. From IASIS, which IASIS means International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. I also have the COFFEE certification, which stands for Certified Advanced Windows Forensic Examiner, also from IASIS. As far as I am also an ENC, which stands for AK Certified Examiner. As far as cell phones, I have the Cellebrite CCO and CCPA, which stands for Cellebrite Certified Operator and Cellebrite Certified Physical Analyst. I am a Berla IV Certified Examiner for Vehicle Forensics. Some of the classes that I have taken are
the BCFE, Basic Computer Forensic Examiner, Windows Forensic Examiner, and Advanced Macintosh Forensic Examiner from IASIS. From the National Computer Forensics Institute, I have taken Advanced Forensics Techniques. As far as NCASE, which is a software that we use, I have taken Digital Forensics 1 and 2, Advanced Internet Examinations, examinations of NDFS file systems, incident investigations, Macintosh examinations, among others.
That's a lot of training. How many hours is that?
Over 500 hours.
Now, have you coached any classes related to computer forensics?
I do.
And can you tell the jury just briefly what it means to be a coach in the context of a forensic examiner?
Yes. For the CFC, for the Certified Forensic Computer Examiner process, each student that goes through the certification is has to complete 4 practical problems. So each student gets assigned a coach, which is in charge of reviewing their problems, making sure they get it perfect. And if they're struggling with an area, we coach them, we guide them. We don't tell them the answer. We teach them a little bit of how to get the answer, how to get there by themselves.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in this field?
I am.
Would you tell the jury?
Yes. I am a member of the National Computer Forensic Institute's Technical Advisory Council, and I am also a member of IASIS, International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
Have you ever received any awards or honors with regard to the work you've completed?
I did. In June 2019, we received the Sheriff's Commendation for a case we were working on.
Now, how many forensic examinations have you conducted on various devices?
I have conducted over 300 examinations on over 1,000 devices, and I have assisted in others.
Okay, so let's shift gears a little bit. I want to ask you some questions about computers, okay? Can you tell the jury, basically, the components that make up a desktop?
Well, this depends, because there are different kinds of desktop computers, but in general, it would be the monitor, the box, and some peripherals like a keyboard, a mouse, a printer, depending on the user.
The monitor is TV.
Yeah.
And the box, what's in the box?
That also depends. But the CPU, RAM, some non-volatile storage, so like a hard drive or a solid-state drive, some expansion cards like a graphics card. So it depends.
Okay. Can you, in very general terms, I know it's difficult in your field, tell the jury how a file is stored on a hard drive?
Okay. So just like he said, we could talk about this all day, but in general, when say you're using the Notepad application and you're typing a document, that is stored in RAM, which is the volatile memory. It's stored there because it's faster to access. When you're done with the document, the operating system then saves it to the hard drive or solid state drive. I like to compare it with a kitchen, for example. Say I'm going to cook something, cook a recipe. I get whatever ingredients I need, I get it out of the fridge, and I put them on the countertop. The countertop is like RAM. It's everything's there, accessible and like easy to use, easy to get. But when I'm done, I have to put everything back in the fridge. So I mean, it would be awesome if I could just leave it on the countertop so I don't have to go back to the fridge again. But I can't because I'm gonna need that space, that counter space for my next recipe. So that's how I like to compare it.
Okay.
That's a good analogy.
Maybe the countertop is like when a husband is cooking dinner for his wife. It's a big mess.
Okay.
All right. Now, with regard to your computer forensic duties, do you ever actually work on the particular piece of evidence that's recovered from a crime scene?
No, we do not.
Okay. What do you make in order to conduct an examination of a hard drive or a phone or whatever?
So we make an image, so a forensic copy.
Okay, what's a forensic image?
It is a bit by bit copy of everything in the storage, the hard drive or the software, or the SD, so state drive, or the thumb drive. It includes like deleted stuff, blank spaces, everything.
So it's an exact digital copy of the original piece of evidence.
It is.
Every single bit.
Yes, everything.
Now, how do we know that it's an exact copy?
Well, we calculate what's called the hash value of the copy, and we compare it to the hash value of the original, and if they match, it's an exact copy.
Okay. And how do you ensure that while you're conducting your examination of this copy, that nothing gets written to the original?
So when we are creating the image, we connect it to a write blocker. A write blocker, I like to think about it. Write blocker is software that lets you read from the media, but it doesn't let you write to the media or make any changes. I like to think about it. It's like a kind of an old analogy, but like when you have the old VHS tapes or the cassette tapes, they would have like a plastic tab that would break off, and then you wouldn't be able to write to it. So that's what I like to do.
Okay, so it's a little more complicated than plastic tab, but the idea is the same.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I want to sort of shift gears a little bit and talk about some of the work you did in this particular case. All right. Now, describe the basic steps of what you do. You make a copy of it. You ensure that the copy is an exact copy of the original. And then you have a variety of tools you use. Is that so?
Yes.
Can you tell us some of the tools you use to conduct an exam?
Yes, of course. I use Encase, Blacklight, Axiom, Physical Analyzer, and some hardware tools too, such as Reiki or the UFED Touch too.
Are those tools that are used and standardized in your particular field of expertise?
They are.
Okay. Now I want to draw, like I said, your attention to the work of this particular case. Did you do forensic work on a variety of items in this particular case?
I did.
Okay. I want to show you some photographs of the various items you worked on. For the record, I'm showing defense counsel exhibits 9I, 8S, and 9A. This slide, I'm going to start by showing you with the mark for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 8S. Do you recognize what's contained in that image?
I do.
And what is it that we're looking at?
It is a picture of the computer setup in Grant's room and item N7.
Okay, item N7. That's your speak.
It is a computer tower.
Okay. I'm also showing you Exhibit 9I for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
It is a paper printout of a laptop computer that I examined.
Okay. And I'm showing you Exhibit 9A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And can you tell us what this is?
It is a paper printout of the thumb drive, one of the thumb drives that I examined.
And these photos, 9A, 9I, and 8S, are they fair and accurate depictions of the items they contain?
They are.
So you tender these as evidence of State's Act?
Any objection?
None.
All right. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 8S will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 206. Where are we? Where's my number chart? Okay, 231 in evidence. Which has been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9A will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 232 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 233. You may.
Now, Investigator Bly, you have identified these photographs. I'm just going to go through them real quick here. I'm showing you on the overhead what's been marked as evidence of State's 231. So now on your screen there should be a little arrow with a mouse, a little pop-out arrow. If you click that pop-out arrow, and I think the judge actually may set you up for that. So can you use that little pointer that you have in front of you to show us the actual tower, the box that you worked on in this case? Right there? Okay, so that was located in Grant's room, you said?
It was.
Okay. I'm showing you exhibit 232.
Go all the way down to clear, press clear. Okay, now if you want to mark again.
And exhibit 232, is this an item that you examined?
It is.
And just real quick, what is it I'm looking at here?
It is an 8 data thumb drive, a 32 gig thumb drive.
Okay, so the little flash drive. And do you know where that was located?
Yes, it was located in a pair of pants.
I'm showing you exhibit 233. What are we looking at here?
The laptop that I worked on, Margaret's work laptop.
May I approach the witness? For the record, I'm showing defense counsel exhibit 8N is in Nancy, 6O, and double K. May I approach the witness? Okay, for the record, I'm showing you item 8N. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting in the front part of the envelope, and it also has my signature, like my initials and the date on the back of the envelope.
Okay, and is that packaging the same or substantially similar condition as it was when you first reviewed the item?
Yes, it is.
And what's contained in that package?
The four of the thumb drives that I examined.
And would you mind opening the envelope, please? Take a look. Let's make sure.
Notice everybody has worn gloves. This is Florida, y'all. We do it right in Florida.
Tender exhibit 8N and 6X.
No objection.
March Friday, State's Exhibit 8N will be moved into evidence. State's Exhibit 234 in evidence.
Commissioner Polish?
You may.
Are these in fact the hard drive, the portable thumb drives that you examined?
They are.
And the one on the very top, that's the one that was in that photograph we just displayed?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Bly, in front of you, you have State Exhibit double K for identification purposes. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting in the front part of the bag, and my on the red page there's my initials and.
And is that packaging similar or substantially similar condition as it was when you first reviewed the item?
It is.
And what's contained in that package?
The laptop that I worked on Margaret's laptop.
Do you want to open the back?
It is.
We tend to double K as states next.
You don't object on the grounds for a prior motion, Judge.
As to double K, what's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit double K will be moved into evidence, State's Exhibit 235 evidence. An objection will be overruled. You may.
Investigator Klein, the last bag you have in front of you has been marked for identification purposes as 6-0. Do you recognize this?
I did.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date, some of the red tape on it.
And is it substantially the same condition as it was when you first reviewed it?
Yes, it is.
And what is contained in this exhibit?
It is an Apple iPhone.
Would you open it back? Is the iPhone you examined?
It is.
We tend to do 6-0 as states next.
On the grounds for a prior motion, Judge, so we would put that objection on the record.
All right. Objection overruled. As to what's been pre-marked for ID, State's Exhibit 6-0 will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 236 in evidence. Right.
In addition to your duties as a digital forensics examiner, did you aid in searching the residents in the surrounding area of 2112 Sultan Circle?
I did.
And besides the forensic examiner, are you also a canine handler?
I am.
And what kind of canine do you work with?
I have an electronic detection canine.
And how long have you had that canine?
Since November 2017.
And can you tell the jury, we know what a canine is, so what's an electronic detection canine?
Well, just like some dogs detect drugs or detect bombs or cadavers. Electronic detection canines are trained to detect the TPPO in electronic devices.
What's TPPO?
TPPO stands for triphenylphosphine oxide, which is a chemical that is used to coat electronic devices just to help with the cooling.
So it prevents them from overheating?
Yes.
And how long was the training you had with?
Okay, I like her, but she giggles too much. It's not funny.
What's your dog's name?
Siri Cinnamon Bark.
How long was your training with Siri Cinnamon Bark?
She was trained for 5 to 6 months, and then I went to the handler course for 2 weeks, and then there's like a 6-week acclimation, getting used to each other period before we start getting deployed.
And have you gone through any additional training with Siri?
Yes. We have to go through training or recertification at least once per calendar year. So I recertified in November 2018 and in May 2019.
And how often do you train with Siri?
Like some of the dogs that some of the detection dogs, they work based on toy reward. So like if they find something, you give them the toy, and then that's the reward. Siri, it works based on food reward. So what that means is that the only way that she eats is when she's training. So, and she's a lot. She eats just as much as every dog or more. So we have to train every day, twice a day, at least twice a day, no matter if we have a surge or not. So 365 days a year, 7 days a week.
The dog is Siri trained?
Yes, so she trains.
How many deployments have you had with Siri?
Over 50.
And how about training deployments, like practice? Ballpark.
Well, I've had her since November 2017, twice a day at least, sometimes more.
I'm not a mathematics, but a lot, right?
A lot.
Okay. Now, has she ever been to the bison training?
No.
Do you have the opportunity to deploy the K9 Siri in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury how you deployed Siri?
I deployed her around the outside area of the residence and also in the gym area.
And were you able, I should say, was Siri able to locate any other digital devices other than what was physically found in the residence?
No.
So nothing in the yard?
No.
Okay. Now, let's begin with Grant's computer, the one you were saying was in Grant's room, computer in Grant's room. We're showing defense counsel 8C, 8U, 8V, 8W, 8X for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? Investigator live. I'm showing you for identification purposes what's been marked as 8C, 8U, 8V, 8W, and 8X. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
And what are these items? What are they purported to be here?
A computer and the solid state drive that was found inside the computer.
And are these photographs that were taken of that computer in your laboratory?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depiction of the items that are contained in them?
Yes.
We tender 8T through 8X as states next.
Any objection?
No objection.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 8T will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 237 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 8U will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 238 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 8B as a Victor will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 239 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 8W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 240 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 8X will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 241 in evidence.
Investigator, do you normally, you and your team, normally photograph items?
We do.
What's the purpose behind it?
Just to document the condition of it.
Permission to publish? For the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 237. And that's a photograph, is that a photograph of the computer you located in Grant's room?
Yes.
238. What is this?
The side of the computer.
239.
That is the main drive where the operating system was.
Okay, so that side thing pops out.
Each of those pop out, and there's a drive on it.
Okay. 240.
Same, but another view of the same drive.
Hard drive.
Solid state drive.
241.
The back part of it.
Okay. Thank you. Now, can you tell the jury what was done with that particular item?
Yes. After we photographed the computer and each of the drives that were in it, and we documented the condition of these drives. For each of the drives, we connected them to the write blocker of our forensic machine, and we use Encase, which is one of the software that we use to make an image file, like an image of each of the drives. Then after the image was completed, we calculated the hash values of the image and then compared them to the hash values of the original. Once they match, we put the original away, and we also check BIOS, so like the system settings pretty much, just to make sure the time was accurate.
Okay, now, during the course of your investigation, were you able to identify if there were any user accounts on that particular item?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense counsel 8Y for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? Showing you the pre-marked for identification as 8Y. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom part.
And what does this document purport to be?
It is a subsection of my case report showing user accounts.
And it is a fair and accurate depiction of that section of your report.
It is.
We tender 8Y as states next.
Any objection? All right, objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 8Y will be moved into evidence and State's Exhibit 242 in evidence.
Commission published?
Okay.
Now, can you explain to the jury what this document shows?
Yes, it shows a list of the user accounts that I was able to find in that computer, in the tower that you guys saw pictures of. And some of the accounts are the default accounts that a computer comes with, but then this account right here, live, and this is the path, the path for the operating system was installed, like the path for the user directory for that computer.
Does this document show that a username on this particular device was light?
Yes.
Okay, now, aside from identifying the user account on this computer, were you able to locate any activity on this particular device between January 24th and January 25th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can you tell us what are the first things that you...
Okay. Yes, I found that a thumb drive, an 8 data thumb drive, was connected to the computer under the user account light on January 24th, 2019 at 11:32 p.m. And then it was disconnected on January 25th, 2019 at 12:27 a.m.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 232. Is that the thumb drive you're talking about?
Yes.
Now, there were 3 other drives in the state's exhibit with the thumb drives. Did you conduct examinations on those drives as well?
I did.
Did you find anything of forensic value on those drives?
No, it did not.
Now, how do we know that this particular thumb drive was plugged into that particular box?
By looking at the Windows event logs and at the registry.
And briefly and simply, what are event logs in the Windows registry?
So event logs are a diary that the computer and some applications use to keep track of important hardware or software events in a computer.
I'm showing counsel 8Z for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? Judge?
You may.
I'm showing you states 8Z for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom left corner.
And what is this item? What is this?
It is a subsection of my report showing event logs for that computer.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of that section of your report?
It is.
We tender 8Z as states next.
Check on our prior motion, Judge.
All right, objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 8C will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 243 in evidence.
Commissioner Publish.
You may.
Investigator Bly, I want to make sure that what you say is backed up by what you saw. So is this the report that shows the time that that particular drive, that thumb drive was plugged in?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And when was that?
It was on January 24, 2019 at 11:38 p.m.
And this was information you pulled off of the logs and registry from Windows?
Yes, that is correct.
So nobody can easily get to that information?
Yes, that is system generated.
Okay. And as far as when it was removed?
January 25th, 2019 at 12:27:37 or around that time. It takes a few seconds to update to write the stuff.
Okay. Now, with regard to additional items that you discovered happening on Grant's computer, did you have the occasion to review whether a particular phone was plugged into that computer?
I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. On January 24th, 2019 at 11:39 p.m., an iPhone was connected to the computer. According to the ASL log, that's a log that Apple keeps on a computer. It wasn't able to. They didn't find the lockdown file, which means it wasn't able. If you're an iPhone user, you have to, and you can plug in your phone to a computer. You have to trust it by putting your password. So it wasn't able to do that connection. And then at 11:42, it was placed in recovery mode and connected to the computer.
Okay, so in the late evening hours of the 24th, an iPhone was plugged into Grant's computer and set up for recovery mode.
It was.
Okay, what's recovery mode?
Recovery mode is a way for an iPhone or an iOS device to connect to iTunes without having to boot, for like pretty much to restore it or to update the phone.
Now, were you able to determine what particular iPhone was plugged into Grant's computer?
I did.
And how were you able to determine that?
While examining the computer, one of the computers in Cody's room, I found a backup of that same phone, and I extracted that backup. It was an old backup. I extracted that backup, and I used Physical Analyzer to generate a report for that particular phone. And I compared the serial number and the UDID, the unique identifier for the phone, with the one that had been connected to the computer.
We're showing counsel for the defense states exhibit 14Y and 14Z. Yeah. May I approach the witness?
We do now. You may.
Let's begin with states exhibit 14Y. Do you recognize 14Y?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on it.
And what does item 14Y purport to be?
It is the first page of that report that I made of the backup, having containing some identifying information for the phone.
I'm showing you states exhibit 14Z. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom part of it.
And what does item 14Z purport to be?
It shows the iPhone connections made on the made to the computer from the Windows registry.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of those sections of your report?
They are.
Tender 14Y and 14Z as states next.
Judge, your approach.
You may. Members of the jury, the state and the defense and I have a few things to go over that we're going to have to do outside your presence. If you could, we're going to take a brief recess. You may be seated. All right. So first, let me ask, what date did the defense receive it?
Judge, I have to just open my email real quick.
All right. Let me know.
Judge, we actually got the extraction report document.
It's the iPhone one, the 14Z that you were referring to.
Right.
Both documents were sent on July 26th.
July 26th?
I think that's correct, Judge.
Thursday.
Thursday. The email, the last email I opened up was from Thursday.
26th is Friday.
25th? Excuse me. That Thursday, last Thursday. 25th.
Okay.
I'm sorry. July 25th.
All right, July 25th. All right. Now, Mr. Leo, please tell me as far as the nature and the circumstances of why it was disclosed on July 25th.
Well, I was in my office, or might have been at home, and I got an email from Investigator Bly saying, hey, I was going back through everything, and I noticed this as well, and shows what it shows. What do you think? And I said, I think it's interesting and relevant. And as soon as I got the copies of the extraction report and the printout from her forensic tool, I immediately emailed defense counsel a copy of it to both Mr. Dowdy and Mr. Shapiro. I also did a supplemental pleading, I believe on the same date, indicating that I had emailed that to them.
All right. Was there any offering as far as any type of questioning or speaking prior to today?
When I spoke to Mr. Dowdy on Thursday or Friday of last week and specifically explained to Mr. Dowdy what those documents contained and what evidence I intended to use from those documents. He thanked me for being forthright with him. And after that, there were no further discussions.
All right. The documents themselves, what do you anticipate that she's going to testify to?
She's going to testify to that the unique identifying number on the extraction report and the unique identifying number on the forensic examining report are the same. That number belongs to Grant Amato's cell phone. And she's going to testify that that phone was plugged into Grant's computer. I don't have the paper in front of me for the exact time, but same time frame, late in the evening on the 24th. And she'll explain, which she already kind of did, the reason why someone puts a iPhone into recovery mode and plugs it into a computer. And I had told Mr. Dowdy pretty much exactly that on last week.
And any particular reason why it wasn't disclosed beforehand?
I didn't know it existed, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Bly, but I don't believe she knew it existed either. And of course, Judge, all the digital stuff has been sitting over there, and I know they went over for an evidence dealing might have been a month or so, maybe 2 months ago, a month ago, and anything obviously that the defense wanted to look at would be made available to them.
And when you say it was a month ago that they went over there, were these documents sitting within that?
Not these documents. No, ma'am. The documents themselves didn't exist until Thursday.
Okay. And what was it then you're saying that was available for inspection a month ago?
The actual hard drives for their expert, if they had one, to review, to go through all the logs and registry data on the hard drives, which is how she found this, was going through line by line by line of all the registry information.
All right, Mr. Shapiro.
Judge, I would just argue that this is late. It's past the jury being sworn. We're prejudiced in that we didn't have this information just in case we wanted to go over additional information in jury selection about any possible issue that may have any relationship to this whatsoever, our opening statements, and additional prep from there. I mean, I understand we got late stuff from like July 11th, which was like the late Turpin arrest report. That was before jury selection. And I understood that, and that's not a problem. This is all after the jury's been sworn, after doing jury selection, and already most of the week into trial last week.
Did you all have an opportunity to examine all the computer hard drives and forensics yourself?
We did. We also had an opportunity to depose Investigator Bly, which we did so, and we had asked her what she performed. And when we asked her, obviously she hadn't done this yet. So we took the opportunity to ask the lead digital forensics person what she had performed, and we didn't have an opportunity to ask about this because she hadn't done it yet, and then decided to, I guess, go back during trial to check it out. And that's why we were unable to find out this information.
When was it performed?
The deposition of Bly. Oh, Judge, I have it in my email, actually. July 9th.
Done differently?
If I have before trial, I definitely would have added to our deposition questioning about how this all works with regard to when it's plugged into the computer, what the recovery mode means, what that whole action, what her interpretation of the report would mean, practically speaking. That information was provided last week. I know Mr. Leo did describe practically what it means, but it was described last week when we got the notice that it existed. And I may have addressed it in my opening, Judge.
Mr. Leo, anything else that you want to tell the court?
Ms. Bly has been available for deposition the entire time. If they'd like to depose her now, they certainly can. Exclusion of the evidence is the most severe penalty, Judge, and I don't believe that, given the nature of the disclosure and the facts that surrounded how this information came to be discovered, that exclusion is the appropriate remedy.
Was there any request to question Ms. Bly before today at all?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Shapiro?
No, I'm not really sure when that would have been possible, but maybe we were just assuming the lack. I don't know when that would have been able to.
Based upon the circumstances in Richardson and other case law, even after one particularly, I believe, was Jules versus State that I reviewed. First of all, from what I gather from the facts, the information was obtained, or the extraction report and iPhone report was for marked 14Y and 14Z, but specifically the issue is 14Z, was turned over on Thursday. There wasn't any request or indication by the defense in order to request for a deposition or otherwise. I will state the court has to find that the violation was willful by the state. As soon as they ended up finding out about it, they ended up disclosing it to the defense. Even the defense indicated that based upon the circumstances. In addition, the computer itself and all the information. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even know that you weren't here.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, well then I have to start all over, Peter. No problem. That was also my fault, sir. All right. The court has to find, based upon the discovery violation, getting past the first part, whether or not it was willful. The indication that the court has is this information was discovered on Thursday for 14Y and or 14Z, I'm sorry, for the iPhone report. As soon as it was discovered from both parties, it seems to be indicated that the state disclosed what it was, what the information was about. Further, the court notes that there was the opportunity for the defense to do their own examination a month ago of the entire computer itself, if it chose to. Whether or not that the report that was initiated afterwards, if they chose to have their own expert or otherwise examine it, they would have the opportunity. But the court notes that the examination or the disclosure of this was not something that was not willful or that was willful by the state. In fact, not willful, because of the fact that they immediately disclosed it once it was received. Also, the court notes, and reading briefly again the case law regarding it, the aspect for circumstances on whether or not it was if there was a discovery violation, whether or not it would be prejudicial or not to the defense. The court noted the three things that
and
were
without
listed
being
was one,
rude
in
too,
regards
which is
to
hard.
possible questioning during voir dire. However, the computer forensic expert had already been disclosed previously. There's several issues regarding the computers that's already been noted in this trial, whether it be the thumb drive, the dad's iPhone, the laptop or iPads or things of that nature. And none of the specifics were questioned in voir dire because they're prevented from being questioned about in voir dire, which also would make this also being prevented from being questioned about in that sense during voir dire. So that aspect, it does not necessarily make sense to the court. The other aspect, as far as mentioning an opening statement's not evidence. I do understand that that may have been a possibility, but opening statement is not evidence. So then it comes down to also the questioning. The court finds it very finds the fact that the circumstances on which the defendant and the defense chooses to make any objection or even have this brought to the court's attention is during the witness's testimony, rather than on Thursday, where the court could have ordered a deposition or questioning or otherwise, which is what the case law favors.
Yeah.
We did have time Friday afternoon as well, or even questioning as far as the witness as well. In that sense, to even during a case, to continue a case for possibly a day for questioning or deposition if it's needed. And none of that was done in this instance. However, I don't even get past the first part to indicate that it was not willful. I'm sorry, that it was willful, and indicates that it wasn't willful. It was something that was done and disclosed immediately. And that would be the first step for the Richardson portion of the discovery violation. Since I do not get past that, the rest of it doesn't even go further. However, the court does comment as to the prejudice of it. Based upon the 3 items that were indicated, the court wouldn't believe that there would be prejudice either, because this could have been questioned or otherwise at the time during the Friday afternoon after we broke, when we broke early briefly, or otherwise, or at least brought to the court's attention prior to. The exclusion of evidence is the ultimate sanction that the courts discourage. And also, but based upon the circumstances as stated, it's not willful, and otherwise, therefore, there would not be a Richardson violation.
If they
So the
needed to
court's gonna
ask
allow
her,
the questioning to move forward.
do
If you
more
wish, though,
depo
we can
with
take a
her.
brief recess, and Mr. Shapiro, and you can, I will have Ms. Bly come down from the stand. You all can, the state and the defense can go outside. They can question her at this time before she gets back on the stand, and the court will allow a brief so-called deposition, so to speak, for purposes of the defense. Okay, so at this point, Ms. Bly, you are free to step down from the stand. If you all want to, you can go into the conference room or one of those conference rooms. I would also ask Peter if you could go out there too, so it's also recorded for purposes of the deposition, and have a brief deposition by the defense of the expert at this time, and we'll take a brief recess. Let me, and just let the deputies know when you're done.
They waited till she was on the stand when they knew they needed more information.
Everybody ready? All right, then at this point, let's go get the jury.
I'm surprised she's not pissed. She controls her courtroom very well. And like Michelle said,
you may be
she's
seated.
feisty, but she does it respectfully.
All right, members of the jury,
she's
thank
not
you for your
rude about it or
patience.
anything.
We had some matters to go over outside your presence.
Even with that,
at this point, we're
I
going to
would've
continue
lost
with the
my
examination of Ms. Bly. You may proceed.
You're like, why are you waiting for now?
Previously, I asked you, other than the USB jump drive being plugged in and unplugged of Grant's computer, did you notice any other activity on Grant's computer that night?
I did.
And now the sound is
Specifically,
bad.
what was it that caught your attention when you were reviewing these registry logs?
An iPhone with a particular serial number was connected to Grant's computer at 11:39 p.m. According to the Apple system logs, the lockdown file was not, iTunes was not able to find the lockdown file.
Let me stop you right there. So what does a lockdown file mean? You plug an iPhone into a computer.
I mean, if you're an iPhone user, you may have noticed that when you connect an iPhone to a computer, it asks, would you like to trust this device? And you have to put your passcode. You say trust, and you put your passcode, and it can then talk to each other. So that's pretty much what a lockdown file is.
So was that process, that trusting process, able to be completed between this particular iPhone and Grant's computer?
No, it was not.
So after that was attempted, did you notice anything else?
Yes, I noticed at 11:42 p.m. An iPhone was connected to an iPhone with the same UDID, unique identifier, was connected to this computer in recovery mode.
Can you tell the jury what recovery mode is?
Yes, it is a way to connect a phone into a computer, to connect a phone to iTunes without having to boot it up. So you can either restore the phone or update the operating system.
So you can either restore the phone or update the operating system. Can you do anything else with the iPhone when it's started up in recovery mode?
No.
And when you say restore the phone, what does that mean?
Like wipe the phone.
So you can't transfer any photographs?
No.
You can't transfer any documents?
No.
Can you transfer any photographs?
No.
Can you transfer any documents?
No.
Can you transfer anything?
No, you would need the handshake for it.
And there was no handshake?
No.
Showing defense counsel what's been remarked as 15A and 14Z. May I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification
Yeah.
purposes as 15A. Do you recognize this
Yeah.
document?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom left corner of it.
And what does State's Exhibit 15A purport to be?
It is the first page of my report for that iPhone backup that I found.
And I'm showing you, and let me ask you a question. Where did you locate this iPhone backup?
On one of Cody's computers.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 14Z. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom left corner.
And what does State's 14Z purport to be?
It is the section of the registry, or a report containing the section of the registry related to the iPhone connection.
Is it are these items both fair and accurate depictions of what they purport to be?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we move States 14Z and 15A. States next.
We will just re-raise our previous objection, Judge.
All right. What's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 14Z will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 244 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15A will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 245 in evidence. As stated previously, that objection is overruled based upon the basis that the court previously stated.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, I'm going to put on the overhead States Exhibit 245. Now, can you tell the jury what 245 is?
Yes, it is the first page of that extraction report that I did coming from the backup from Cody's computer.
And does it have a phone number on it?
It does. That's what this is right here.
407-687-0736?
Correct.
For the record, that's a fact that's been stipulated to by the parties, that that's Cody's phone number for his cell phone. Now, are there any other unique identifying digits on this backup that you've found?
Yes, the serial number right here, which is the same serial number that I found on the computer. And this is the unique ID right here, which was also found on the computer.
I'm going to put on the overhead States Exhibit 244. So can you explain to us what States Exhibit 244 shows?
Yes, that is a printout of the information found in the registry. Right here it shows that on January 24, 2019 at 29:39 Eastern Time.
You said 29:39?
23:39, I apologize. This iPhone, which it says 5, 5C, 5S, or 6, because it takes that from right here. This is the product ID. That's why it says it could be one of those models, but it is for a serial number. You can narrow it down because of the serial number. And you can see the unique ID right here.
And this was information on this particular sheet of paper that was pulled from Grant's tower.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the above section show us?
That was at 23:42 when an iPhone with this serial number, which is the same, the serial number that corresponds to this unique ID, was connected in recovery mode to that computer.
So the handshake didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And so when the handshake didn't work, the phone was put in recovery mode.
Correct.
And what time was that hookup at?
Excuse me, Mr.
What time was the phone put in recovery mode?
23:42.
And regular people time?
11:42 at night.
Now, I want to ask your opinion on something. When that phone was plugged in, Cody's iPhone was plugged in to Grant's tower, do you have an opinion as to what was being attempted at that time?
Objection, speculation, attempted by the plugging person.
Investigator Bly, during the course of your investigation, did you review the information contained on Grant's desktop computer?
I did.
Did you review the information that was contained on an iPhone located in the parent's bedroom?
I did.
Did you create otherwise a pattern of activity for these devices?
I did.
Did you review the times and dates that various activities were occurring in this house on the evening of the 24th of January?
I did.
Does that include looking at, and we'll get into this later, but health database files,
I did.
internet search terms,
Yes, I did.
how many steps people took,
Yes, approximately.
lack of activity on an iPhone,
Yes.
activity of Grant's computer located upstairs?
Yes.
Taking that information into account, when you discovered this additional information, you testify that the phone was placed in recovery mode.
Mhm.
Is that true?
It is correct.
And only two things can happen in recovery mode, is that right?
Yes.
And what are those two things?
You can restore the phone, or update the phone, update the operating system on the phone.
Can you update the operating system of an iPhone without placing it in recovery mode?
Yes, you can.
How does that happen?
You put the password of the phone and you go to the settings, and there is a section in the settings which allows you to update it.
So you have to have the passcode to that phone?
Yes.
What's the other thing you can do in recovery mode?
You can restore the phone or wipe it.
Based upon all those things that you've testified to and all the evidence you've examined, do you have an opinion as to what was being attempted on Cody's iPhone?
Objection, speculation. Can I approach?
What is that opinion?
Based on everything else that I examined, I believe the person was trying to wipe the phone.
Now, I'd like to discuss with you, now that we're done with Grant's computer, let's talk about the thumb drive. Okay, the 32 gigabyte thumb drive. Go ahead and put that up on the overhead while I'm talking. It states Exhibit 232. Now, did you conduct a forensic examination of that particular item?
I did.
And can you tell the jury the steps you completed in order to do that examination?
The steps were similar to what I did with the hard drives and solid state drives. I connected after I photographed them and took notes of the condition. I connected the thumb drive to the right blocker of my forensic machine. And I used Encase Imager to make a forensic copy of the thumb drive. I then put the thumb drive away, and I use several forensic tools to examine the thumb drive.
Verify that your forensic image was a exact copy, bit by bit, of this particular hard drive?
Thumb drive, yes, I did.
Okay. And the hash values matched?
Yes, everything matched.
So was there any content on that thumb drive that was altered or deleted during your examination?
No.
What was the storage size of this particular thumb drive?
32 gigs.
And did this particular thumb drive have a volume name?
Yes, it did.
What is a volume name?
So a volume name is a name that a user can give to a volume, or like a thumb drive, a hard drive. Or for example, I can name my thumb drive work or Siri, or I can choose not to name it anything. I can just leave it with the default that it comes with.
What was the volume name for this thumb drive?
God's hand.
Now, you testified earlier that files were copied to that drive from a computer located in the defendant's room on January 24th, with some times as well. How do we know that to be the case?
By looking at the creation dates of the files in the thumb drive.
I'm showing defense counsel 9B for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? the record, I'm showing you exhibit 9B for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom left corner.
And what does this item purport to be?
It is a subsection of my in-case report.
And what's contained in this particular exhibit?
It shows the first 10 files and folders that were copied to the thumb drive and on January 24th, 2019, and the last 10 files and folders copied to it.
Move 9B as states next.
No objection, Judge.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 246 in evidence.
And you mentioned that this was the first 10 files and the last 10 files.
Yes.
Were there more than 20 files?
Oh, yes.
How many files were there about?
Approximately 2,508.
And for the record, I'm placing exhibit 246 on the overhead. And so tell me about the top box. What does that tell us?
So these were the first 10 files and folders copied into the thumb drive. You have the file name here, or folder's name, in this case of downloads and 2011 and 2015. You have the date when these files were created, or in this volume, so in the thumb drive, which is January 24th, 2019 at 11:33 Eastern Standard Time, or starting at 11:33, and the size of the file.
And the last box contains the last 10 files, is that
In
so?
a similar manner, yes, the last 10 files and folders copied along with the creation date and logical size.
And when was the last file moved over?
On January 25th, 2019 at 12:27 a.m.
Now, you mentioned there were 2,000, what was it, 2,000?
Over 2,508.
Can you tell us generally the types of files that were on this particular thumb drive? And I'm referring to the photograph of State's Exhibit 232.
Yes, there were photos, videos, and documents in general.
Showing Defense Counsel 9B.
Are you saying 9D?
9D is a dog.
Thank you.
May I first witness? Investigator Bly, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 9D for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
How do you recognize this document?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom part of it.
And what does this document purport to be?
It is a paper printout of some photographs that were found on the thumb drive.
And is this a fair and accurate paper printout of the digital pictures that were found on that thumb drive?
It is.
We tender 9D as states next.
Objection based on our prior motions, Judge.
Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9D is in David will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 247 in evidence. 247.
Investigator Bly, excuse me. How many photographs are contained in this packet?
637.
Were there more photographs that were contained?
Yes, they were.
What is unique about these 637 photographs?
They appear to be of the same woman. Some of the photographs are explicit and some are not.
And the other photographs, were they missing anything in particular?
Oh, yes, the face.
Permission to briefly publish, Judge. Investigator Bly. In addition to these 647 photographs are contained within them, I'm showing the defense counsel 9C. May I approach the witness? Showing you State's Exhibit 9C for identification purposes. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what is it that you're looking at?
A paper printout of digital of the digital photographs found in that thumb drive.
And so are these paper printouts the paper replicate of the digital file?
Yes, they are.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what was contained in that thumb drive?
Yes.
Pretender 9C is State's next.
Our previous motion, Judge.
All right. What's been pre-marked for ID as 9C will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 248 in evidence, and that would be, the objection would be overruled.
Now, I have another question for you with regard to the contents of the thumb drive. Were there a number of videos contained in the thumb drive?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel State's Exhibit 10K and 10L for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? Investigator Bly, I'm showing you 10K for identification purposes. What is it that you're looking at here?
SCD.
And do you know what's contained on that CD?
A video that was found on the thumb drive.
How do you recognize this?
It has my initials and the date.
And is the file that's contained on that CD a exact duplicate of the file that was contained on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you 10L. Do you recognize 10L?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on it.
And what's contained on 10L?
It is a series of videos from that thumb drive.
And have you previously reviewed both of these?
Yes, I have.
And are they both fair and accurate copies of the information contained in that thumb drive?
Yes, they are.
Tender states 10K and 10L is states next.
Who would re-raise our motion to eliminate, Judge?
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 249 in evidence. And what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10L will be moved into evidence as State's 250 in evidence. Objection will be overruled.
Commissioner Publish?
You may.
All right, so look at me. I'm outside. Going to the moon. I'm asking you if you can please send me your videos. Because I love so much when you send them to me. Yeah, I know what I need to. right, Sylvia, look at me. I'm outside going to check the mail. And I'm asking you if you can please, pretty please, send me one of your videos. I love it so much when you just send them to me. Yeah, I don't like buying your stuff. It makes me feel weird. Can you please send me one though?
Investigator Live, State's Exhibit 10L, which is now State's Exhibit 250 in evidence, the other disc. I'm not going to publish it for the jury, but they can watch it on their own if they'd like. But can you sort of give them a general synopsis of what's contained on that disc?
Yes, it is a series of videos that I found on the thumb drive of what appears to be the same woman, just doing erotic actions.
Now, in addition to the photographs and videos that you testified to, did you locate any documents?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show defense counsel State's Exhibit 9F. First witness.
You may.
You recognize State's Exhibit 9F.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom right.
And can you tell the jury what this document purports to be?
Yes, it is a paper printout of one of the documents that I found in the thumb drive titled apology.txt.
And how many pages is it?
4 pages.
Is this a fair and accurate paper printout of the digital version of the apology.txt file?
It is.
It's 9F is State's neck.
Judge, we raise our prior motion for money.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9F will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 251 in evidence. Objection overruled. All right, it's been entered into evidence at this point.
Now, Investigator Bly, are you familiar with the term metadata?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the jury what metadata is?
Yes, metadata means data about data. For example, when you take a photograph, you can find information within the computer of when like what kind of camera was used to take the photograph, or on what date. Or same thing with a document, you can find the creation date of the document.
Showing defense counsel 10R for identification purposes.
You may.
I'm showing you 10R for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How's that?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom left corner.
And what does this document purport to be?
It is a subsection of my report showing the metadata for apology.txt and also the link file that I found corresponding to it.
Is it a fair and accurate paper printout of the digital information contained?
It is.
Under 10R states that.
Any objection?
We just raise our prior motion on any judge.
All right. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10R will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 252 in evidence. And the objection, again, overruled.
Permission to publish?
You may.
So what does 10R, excuse me, what does 252, State's Exhibit 252 show us?
It shows when apology.txt was created and the link file associated to apology.txt. A link file is like a shortcut that the computer generates automatically. For example, this one in particular comes from the recent file. So when you're working on a document in the computer, you know that next time you access the computer, it sometimes gives you a list of, oh, these are the recent documents that you have access. Well, all that information comes from the link file.
And when was the apology TXT letter generated?
On January 22nd, 2019 at 11:08 Eastern Standard Time in the morning.
In addition to the photographs that were explicit in this document, were there other photographs on that particular thumb drive?
Yes, there were.
Joint Defense Counsel 9E. Investigator Bly, I'm showing you States 9E for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom right.
And what does States Exhibit 9E purport to show?
It is a paper printout of some of the digital photographs found in the thumb drive.
And is this paper printout a fair and accurate depiction of the way that those digital images were maintained on the thumb drive?
Yes, they are.
Tender 9E is States next.
Any objection?
Judge, you object for improper character evidence in our prior motions.
Can you approach?
Objection to the what?
Objection overruled. So what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit, and I'm sorry, what was the 9E, will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 253 in evidence.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Investigator Bly, more photographs found on that thumb drive?
Yes.
Joint Defense Counsel 9G.
You may.
Investigator Bly, showing you States Exhibit 9G. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
It is a paper printout of one of the photographs that I found on the thumb drive.
This is a accurate paper printout of the digital version of that file.
It is.
Tender 9G is States next.
Any objection?
None.
What's been pre-marked for ID as 9G will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 254 in evidence.
And you get everything that we've that you've reviewed so far, what has been located on the thumb drive that we previously discussed.
Yes.
Okay. I want to move on to another item that you reviewed. That would be the laptop. That was located in Margaret Amato's office. And just for the record, I'm showing you 235. That's the next thing we're going to talk about, this laptop, okay?
Okay.
Now, you discussed now at least twice the process by which you make sure you create an exact duplicate of a hard drive and the contents that are contained on it. Did you do that same process with this particular laptop?
Yes, I did.
Now, did the hash values match?
They match.
Now, I would like to ask you about the process again by which you make sure that you are conducting a proper forensic examination. Just very briefly, did you photograph this item?
I did.
Okay. And did you photograph the hard drive that you used to do your analysis?
Yes.
Showing 9H, 9J, 9K, 9L to defense counsel. First witness.
Yes.
Okay, let's start off with showing you 9H. Do you recognize what's contained in 9H?
I do.
Okay, and what is it that we're looking at here?
It is the laptop that I examined sitting on the desk.
Okay, and I'm going to show you 9J. Do you recognize 9J?
I do.
What's that?
It is the back part of that laptop.
And 9K?
It is the solid state drive that I examined that was inside that laptop.
And 9L?
The front part, the front side of that solid state
Hello.
And are these photographs accurate depictions of the items that are contained therein?
drive. Yes, they are.
We tender 9H, 9J, 9K, and 9L is this next.
No objection, Judge.
What's been pre-marked for ID, State's Exhibit 9H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 255 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 9J will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 256 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 9K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 257 and evidence. And what's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 9L will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 258 and evidence. You may.
So Exhibit 255. What does this item show?
I apologize.
What does this item show us here?
It is a photograph of the laptop that I examined sitting on a desk.
Okay, and also there's an Amazon Echo, I believe they're called.
Yes.
Did your unit attempt to analyze the Amazon Echo?
We did.
And were you able to develop anything relevant or helpful?
No, we're waiting for Amazon to.
Amazon hasn't complied.
Yes.
9J, excuse me, Exhibit 256. What are we looking at here?
That is the back cover of that computer.
257.
That is the solid state drive that was inside that computer.
258.
The other side of that solid state drive.
And that's what you examined.
Correct.
Now, I'm showing you exhibit, excuse me, I'm showing defense counsel exhibit 9M for identification purposes. approach the witness? Investigator Bly, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 9M for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date.
What does this item purport to be?
It is a subsection of my NCASE report showing the device report for the solid state drive.
The laptop we just looked at?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate paper printout of that digital report?
it is.
We tender 9M to State's next.
Judge, we just re-raise our previous motions.
Okay, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, say that again. 9M, as in Mary, right? Correct? Okay, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9M will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 259 in evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
A couple of things about Exhibit 259, Investigator Bly. Does this indicate that the copy was an exact copy?
Yes, it does. Right here, the acquisition and the verification hash values match, both MD5 and SHA-1, which are two types of hashing functions.
Okay. And does this report indicate what time zone this laptop was set up for?
Yes, Eastern Standard Time.
Where do we see that at?
Right here, Eastern Time -5.
And did you verify the time zone but other than running this first initial summary report?
I did by looking at the BIOS of the computer.
BIOS.
Mm-hmm.
That's deep down inside the computer somewhere.
BIOS stands for Basic Input Output System. It is like firmware that when you, like a little program that when you start the computer, it makes sure that all the parts are there, like the RAM and all of that. And then it transfers control to the operating system.
Did you also determine whether there were any user accounts on this particular laptop?
I did.
How did you do that?
By looking at the registry with NCASE and my other forensic tools
So again, deep down inside the nuts and bolts, as it were, of the
in
laptop.
the system. Mhm.
Investigator Bly, I'm going to show you exhibits 9O and 9N as in Nancy. Let's look at 9O first. You recognize 9O.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date.
And what does item 9O purport to be?
It is a subsection of my report from Axiom showing time zone.
And is it a fair and accurate printout of the digital evidence on that particular computer?
It is.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 9N. Do you recognize that?
It is. I mean, I do.
Do you recognize what it is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a printout of my Axiom report showing user accounts.
And is this a fair and accurate paper printout of the digital information contained on Margaret Amato's laptop?
It is.
The tender States 9O and 9N is next.
Judge, we just re-raised our previous motions.
What's been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9N will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 260. And what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 90 will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 261 in evidence. And otherwise, the objection is still overruled.
Mayor, publish.
You may.
So 260 on the overhead. Zoom that in a little bit. So what does this exhibit show us?
It's showing the user, one of the user or the user account found on the computer. Margaret Amato, well, the directory path. I believe the actual username is in the bottom. Or no, it's didn't.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 261. Let's go down here. What does that show us?
It shows the time zone that the computer was set to.
Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time, yes.
Any reason to believe that the computer would not be accurate, keeping track of the time zones based on your review of that laptop?
No.
Through your examination of Margaret Amato's laptop, were you able to determine if there was an email account set up on the laptop?
I did.
And how'd you do that?
Well, by looking at the email files on the computer, on the Outlook email files.
And what was the account name of that particular email address?
Margaret.amato@nuance.com.
Pursuant to your examination of this laptop, were you able to determine whether any emails had been sent from that computer on January 24th?
Yes.
I'm showing Defense Counsel 9P. May I approach the witness? Investigator Bly, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 9P for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on it.
And what does this item purport to be?
It is a paper printout of an email thread that I found on that computer.
Is this a fair and accurate paper copy of the digital information that you retrieved from Margaret Amato's laptop?
Yes, it is.
You tender 9P is State's next.
Can I see it? Objection overruled, so it's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9. What was it? P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 257? 262. Oh, yes, 262. Yes.
So this is a copy. This is State's Exhibit 262. Is this that email you located?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And there's a time and date stamp on the top of this email. Is that information generated by the person or by the computer?
By the computer.
And what's the time and date stamp on this email?
January 24th, 2019 at 4:14 p.m.
Does it otherwise match the time zone that this laptop was set up for?
Yes, it does.
Now, I'd like to ask you, Investigator Bly, did this laptop have a chat application installed on it?
It did.
And can you tell us what a chat application is?
It is like an instant messenger, so you can talk to other people kind of like in real time.
And I'm showing Defense Counsel State's Exhibit 9Q. May I approach the witness? Investigator Bly, I'm showing you 9Q for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom of it.
What does this document purport to be?
It is a paper printout of a chat conversation that I found on that computer.
And is the time that messages are sent timestamped on this message?
Yes.
This is otherwise a fair and accurate paper duplicate of the digital information you located on Margaret Amato's laptop?
It is.
Under 9Q is State's next.
Judge, we would re-raise our prior motions, and we would do that for the last one as well. I know it's a hearsay, but we would do it for the previous one as well.
Can I see that?
We're not objecting on hearsay grounds for this.
All right.
Just so far.
Then objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID as 9Q will be moved into evidence. The State's Exhibit 263 in evidence. You may.
Placed on the overhead states exhibit 263. Is this a paper printout of that chat application that you found, the last chat entry?
Yes, it is.
And what was the time of the last chat being sent from Margaret Amato's laptop?
It's right here, 4:44 p.m. on January 24th, 2019.
Now, I want to ask you a question between the difference between computer-generated activity and user-generated activity. Okay? Can you tell the jury the difference between computer-generated activity and user-generated activity?
Yes, user-generated activity is anything that a person does on a computer. Like, for example, if you're typing a Word document, or if you're searching the internet or chatting in an application. Computer-generated activity are things that the computer does on its own in the background. For example, updating the event logs, or the antivirus running and doing its maintenance.
So user-generated activity is sending emails or surfing the internet or stuff like that.
Yes.
Now, did your examination include reviewing user-generated activity from Margaret Amato's laptop?
Yes, it did.
And can you tell the jury when the last time there was any user or human-generated activity on that laptop?
Yes, January 24th, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
So, Investigator Bly, is it fair to say that from 4:44 on January 24th, 2019, no human being did anything to that laptop?
Yes, that's correct.
Does that include turning it off?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Investigator Bly, I want to ask some questions about an iPhone you worked on. I approach the clerk. And I placed on the projector the packaging for Exhibit 236 that's in evidence. Previously marked as item N2. Did you do any work on this particular item?
I did.
And can you tell the jury the first thing you did when you began working on item N2?
Well, we had previously worked on it already. Investigator Stewart had previously attempted to obtain an extraction. So the second time when I got the phone, it was powered off. So I documented the condition of it, of course. I placed the phone inside a Faraday box, which is a box that is designed to isolate any network communications to it. So, for example, so somebody can remotely wipe it. I then powered the phone on within that box. I verified that it had already been placed in airplane mode. And I connected the phone to GrayKey, which is a tool that we use to perform extractions of iOS devices.
Okay. And can you tell the jury some of the types of extractions that you can do on an iPhone?
Yes, it depends. It depends on the model of iPhone, what version of the operating system you're using, the tool that you're using. But in general, you can do a logical extraction, which is the contents of what you see right there. Doesn't get any deleted information, just whatever a user would see on the phone. You can also get a full file system that gets some of the databases, of the deeper databases that the system generates. And then there's a partial extraction. There's other different kinds of.
And did one of your folks in your lab attempt to do an extraction on this phone?
Yes, he did.
And did he run into some issues?
He did.
What was the primary issue that, and if you know the answer, Were you there when that issue popped up?
Yes.
And what was the problem?
Greggy restarted the phone, and then he didn't have a password. We didn't have the password at that time, so we couldn't get any information from the phone.
So the phone was password protected?
Yes, it was.
And you couldn't get back into it?
Yes.
And were you able to get back into that particular phone?
I did.
And how did you end up getting back into the phone?
Well, I based on my training and my experience, I have noticed that a lot of people choose passwords that are related to dates that are important to them. So in this case, it was Chad's date of birth.
So it's a 6-digit passcode?
It was.
You typed in
072759.
And that unlocked the phone?
It did.
You just guessed that?
I did.
Have a moment, Judge. Tender the witness pursuant to recall at a later date.
Cross.
Just give us that 1 moment.
Good morning, investigator.
Good morning.
So you were not present in the Amato residence on the night of January 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was not present.
You have no idea when Cody Amato passed away. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were not in the Amato home when the iPhone was plugged into Grant Amato's tower. That's correct?
I was not there, so that is correct.
You have no idea who plugged that phone into Grant's tower, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, you're speculating as to the person's intentions when someone that you didn't know when you weren't there plugged an iPhone into the Grant's tower, correct?
Based on all the evidence that we're going to talk about, that was found on the internet history, and the fact that they didn't know the password, and
Of other devices?
of another device, yes.
Right. With other unknown users, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there when those people entered into whatever they did on those devices, correct?
Correct.
So you're taking devices with unknown people and speculating based on that what somebody did with a phone when you weren't there to plug it into a tower, correct?
Correct.
So you're engaged in mind reading. Isn't that correct?
What kind of question is
You're
that?
a forensic analyst. Is that correct?
I am a forensic examiner.
As opposed to knowing what is in other people's minds, correct?
Correct.
You never examined a phone belonging to Cody Amato. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we saw some photos on a flash drive of some checks and some cards and some IDs. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
You have no idea when those photographs were actually created originally, do you?
I would have to look at the metadata on the photograph, or I would have to go back. But yes, it has metadata.
Okay, but you don't know that's sitting here right now, though.
No, I would have to look at them. There were many photos.
Right, so you can't testify to when those images were created at this time, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it was. That was
You said
rude.
you analyzed Margaret Amato's laptop, is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't look before January 24th, 29 for times of inactivity, did you?
I did. I was trying to evaluate, establish a pattern of when she would stop working every day. So I did look.
So you noticed times of periods of inactivity prior to January 24th?
Yes, they were very random. Like sometimes she would work late, sometimes since she worked from home.
Okay, so you noticed for hours at a time when there was no activity, correct?
Yes.
And you were not able to establish some kind of common time when there would be hours of time off, correct?
Correct.
No further questions at this time, Judge.
Members of the jury, do you have questions of this witness? All right, please write them down. All right. Some of our jurors have questions. What is the creation date of the Christmas photos of Sylvie? Christmas photos of Sylvie.
I would have to look, I would have to refer back to the thumb drive. I don't know it off the top of my head. There were so many files and all of them had different creation dates. It was within the 2018 folder, so.
What is the creation date of the photo of breast with caption, "Kill it superhero," quote unquote? These are states 248.
That was rude.
Same thing, I would have to refer back. I don't know it off the top of my head.
What is the creation date of the photos of Chad's checkbook, Chad and Margaret's photos of driver's licenses, and their credit cards?
Same thing, I don't know them. They were all within the 2018 folder.
And is there a time and date stamp for when the pictures were taken of the parents' license, credit cards, and passwords? If so, when were they taken?
Yes, they all had created dates within the metadata. I do not know them.
All right, any questions based on those questions state?
So you can go back and find out all that information?
Absolutely,
That
yes.
information hasn't been changed or altered?
No, it has not.
Okay.
Any recross?
I'm good.
All right, any more questions, members of the jury? All right, may this witness be excused. All right, so you're excused, but you're not released from your subpoena, so you're subject to recall, but you're free to go about your business. All right, so you may step down. Thank you. State may call their next witness.
Nicholas Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, if you could come forward and raise your right hand, be ready to be sworn.
You saw me swear to affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Nicholas Stewart, Nicholas. Last name is Stewart.
And where do you currently work?
The Seminole County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been there?
since January of 2016.
And what are your duties with the sheriff's office?
I am currently assigned as an investigator to the Digital Forensic Unit.
Now, can you tell us what it is you do with the digital forensic unit?
We examine digital devices such as cell phones, tablets, computers.
And do you have any specialization in training with regard to digital forensics?
I do.
Tell the jury a little bit about that.
I've obtained my CFCE, or Certified Forensic Computer Examiner certification through IASIS. And IASIS is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
Have you ever been a coach with regard to training other folks?
Yes, I have. I'm currently a coach assigned to the peer review phase for a student, which I do have assigned to me right now.
And do you know approximately how many examinations you've done and devices you've reviewed?
Approximately 200 or more.
Now, have you done forensic examinations of cell phones previously?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell the jury the steps that you have to do an exam of a cell phone?
So cell phones can be different from computers because the internal storage you can't just usually remove from the device. You have to plug it in, usually on, to whatever device you're going to use to obtain an extraction or download from the device.
And do you have any specialized tools that you use to obtain that information?
Yes, we do. We have multiple, just because every cell phone can be different. You have Android, iOS, Apple phones, stuff like that. So.
And did you have an occasion to do any forensic work on an Apple iPhone in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense counsel 9S, 9T, 9U, V, W, X, Y, Z, as well as 10A, 10B, and 10C. I approach the witness. Investigator Stewart, showing you 9S, T, 9U, 9V, 9W, 9X, 9Y, 9Z, as well as 10A, 10B, and 10C. Do you recognize these
Yes, I do.
items? And what are these? What is it that we're looking at here?
We have an evidence envelope containing an Apple iPhone.
Is this the Apple iPhone that you did your forensic work on?
Yes, it is.
And are these photographs, these exhibits, fair and accurate depictions of the Apple iPhone that you did your examination on?
Yes, they are.
We tender the state's next.
None, Judge.
What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 9S will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 264 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 9T as in Tom will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 265 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 9U will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 266 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 9B as in Victor will be moved into evidence as 267 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is 9W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 268 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9X will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 269 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9Y will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 270 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 9Z will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 271 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10A will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 272 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 273 in evidence. And what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10C will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 274 in evidence.
May I publish it? We're showing Exhibit 264. Investigator Stewart, what are we looking at here?
It's an evidence envelope, evidence tag number N-2 for a specific case.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 266. What do we see here?
An Apple iPhone.
Is that your reflection in there?
Yes, it is.
267.
It's going to be the back of the phone with the case.
The phone that was in that envelope?
Yes, sir.
269. Another photo of the phone, is that true?
Yes, sir.
272.
Same phone, just a different angle.
268.
That's going to be the SIM card tray and the SIM card that was within that device.
Okay. Now, investigate, and let me show you what's already been introduced in evidence, the State's Exhibit 236. Can I approach the witness? Is this the actual iPhone that you conducted your examination on?
Yes, it is.
You recognize the SIM card on the back?
Yes, I do.
Investigator Stewart, why is it that you photograph the items that you review for purposes of your examination?
There's multiple reasons. We want to document the state that the device comes to us when we initially get it, and then also to take pictures of the device and any identifying features on it to be able to identify it later.
Sure, like the SIM card, for example.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, was there anything that stood out to you when you opened the envelope, the evidence envelope packaging for this particular phone?
There was.
And what was that?
The screen of the device. It
What
was
unique about the screen of the device?
it was pretty clean. So when we get cell phones, usually there's going to be smear marks, stuff like that from just using your fingers from the oil that's naturally on it.
And so, did you see any fingerprints on the glass of that device?
No, I did not.
And is that uncommon?
Usually, yes.
So did you have an occasion to analyze an advanced logical extraction on this particular, on the phone I just showed you.
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury the process by which you did that?
So a report was generated using Physical Analyzer with the extraction of the device itself. And that report that was generated is what I analyzed from that device.
Okay. Now, I'm showing, let me ask you this question. When Physical Analyzer is used, or any of these tools, when they're used, is there data on the phone that's destroyed such that the results on the phone would not be reliable?
No.
Okay, so how large can some of these extractions be?
It varies depending on the device, how much storage is on it, but it could be from a few gigabytes all the way up to hundreds.
Sure, and phones get bigger and bigger and faster every year. So
Yes, sir.
I'm showing Defense Counsel 10D for identification purposes. May I approach the witness?
Yes. And that was 10D as in David?
10D is in David, yes, ma'am. Investigator Stewart, I'm showing you 10D as in David for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
By my initials and date on the corner.
And what does this purport to be?
It's a digital copy of the extraction report that I generated.
For the iPhone that we just looked at?
Yes, sir.
And is what's contained on this CD fair and accurate copy of the extraction report from that iPhone?
Yes, it is.
We tender 10D as takes next.
So it's this time the objection is sustained.
With regard to Exhibit 10D for identification purposes, was a paper version of the information contained in 10D, generated for your review?
Yes, it was.
Why's your neck broken? Stupid dog.
Showing Defense Counsel State's Exhibit 10M as a mirror. May I approach the witness? Investigator Stewart, I'm showing you 10M as a mirror for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize this?
My initials and date in the corner.
And what is it that we are looking at here at in 10M?
It's a paper portion copy of the full extraction report that I generated for item N-2.
And of the portions that are contained within this particular exhibit, are they fair and accurate depictions of the digital version of the report that you generated in this case?
Yes, they are.
We tender 10M is next. Here's that, Judge.
All right, approach. To the jury, we're going to take an early lunch. All right. So at this point, it's going to be, it's 11, we're about 11:30, a couple minutes after. We'll come back and we'll start up at 12:45. Okay? So we'll see you at that point. In the meantime, we'll come back at 12:30. I'll review these over lunch and you guys can give me argument. Court's in recess. So the portion that they argued was discussed earlier. The court noted that the section that they did, they argued as an admission in closing argument. Do you have any?
Okay, I think we're gonna stop there for today. Man, I got a pain in my side. So I think we're gonna stop there. But tonight at 7, if my computer will load it. If anybody's still paying attention. Tonight at 7 is my Disney chat show that I do on Wednesday nights.
We're doing it on Magic Adventures channel tonight. And I need to get this pain in my side to quit hurting. So, I know we're quitting early today, but I'm really not feeling that great. And I have to get rid of this pain before it's 7. So I can be a lot more myself with you guys than I can on that show. So I got to get to feeling better. I was going to have Taco Bell tonight, but I don't think that's a good idea because that's going to make the pain in my side worse. I have to eat something bland. Okay, guys. I will see you in the morning at 9. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. See you in the morning at 9.